Test. Test. Okay, we're going to start afternoon session of thesis review shortly. So if you can hear me, you should come to the great space. Like I've been saying, we're going to start our first afternoon presentation just in time. Right off the train into a jury seat. Hi. Do you need water? Okay, we're going to start the afternoon session, introducing our jury one more time, since we have new faces and new people watching. So I'll start at this end since you just got here, Corey. One more time for the introductions.
Ali Fard. I'm an assistant professor at UVA, teaching between architecture and urban environmental planning.
Hi, I'm Robin McGrew. I'm an architect with Peabody Fine, and we do high performance residential work.
Hello, my name is Omar Hakim. I'm an architect and run a small practice called To Be Done Studio here in DC.
Hi, I'm David Harrison. I'm an architect in Washington, DC with a University of Maryland graduate named Bill Bonstra. So Bonstra Harrison Architects.
Hi, everyone. My name is Hiroshi Jacobs. I'm an associate principal with Studios Architecture here in DC, and I teach sometimes at this school. So.
Hi, Corey Sharples, Shop Architects, a founding principal of Shop, and I was here in the fall teaching.
Okay, great. We have 4 presentations in the afternoon, so we'll be alternating between these two sides, and then after the second presentation, we'll take a short break and come back for the last 2. So I'll hand it over to Apasana.
All right. Hi, everyone. My name is Apasana Kaku. Welcome to the aquatic afternoon portion of thesis reviews, as you'll see. Before I get started, I just want to say a few quick thank yous. First of all, I want to acknowledge folks at DC Water and the District Department of Energy and Environment for a lot of the data that underlies this project. Thank you to my entire thesis committee, and especially my chair, Britt Williams, and also to my friends and family, and especially my husband for all of their support. All right. So water is deeply integral to every aspect of our cities, but the modern built environment largely hides its presence and processes. This thesis proposes that we must find new ways of living with water. It suggests ways to make water visible in the urban landscape, to restore urban waterways, and to reconnect natural systems, infrastructural systems, and the communities that rely on them. The result will be more resilient urban ecosystems that in reality include all of us. To understand the place of water in cities today, it's useful to take a step back in time. In DC, the landscape was once crisscrossed by hundreds of springs and streams, and the Potomac and Anacostia rivers were both wide, navigable waterways. But over centuries of development, streams were buried, channelized, or simply dried up, and the rivers were drastically reshaped, as in these examples of the dredging of the Anacostia marshes to create Lake Kingman. Today, less than 30% of DC's original waterways still run on the city's surface, and our rivers are a fraction of their former width and depth. At the same time, water began to move through the landscape in new ways. Many of the streams that we buried, such as the once mighty Tiber Creek, now form the basis of the city's sewer system, as seen here on the left. They're part of a dense network of sewer mains and massive interceptor tunnels that run under streets and buildings. Okay, I give up on that. To move drinking water, we've built a parallel system with miles of additional underground pipeline, pumping stations, and reservoirs. These massive systems are largely buried in the earth, where they are out of sight and out of mind. The design of our cities allows us to imagine that the water we drink and the waste that we flush down our pipes is completely independent of our waterways. The Hickey Run watershed in Northeast DC provides a case study in how these changes have impacted ecosystems and communities. Today, Hickey Run is a 1 mile stream. It runs from just south of New York Avenue to the Anacostia River, largely within the US Arboretum. Its 2 square mile watershed encompasses low and medium density residential, one of the largest industrial zones in the district around New York Avenue, and much of the Arboretum itself. Although it's just a mile long today, Hickey Run once encompassed about 5 miles of streams and tributaries. Its wide, marshy inlet on the Anacostia River was likely home to settlements of the Nacotchtank people, the indigenous residents of this area for whom the Anacostia River is named. For decades after the District of Columbia was established, the area remained largely rural, and the stream was used for agriculture and occasional industry. But maps during this time show the drastic shrinking of the Anacostia River, which was devastated by the impact of upstream agricultural practices. After the Civil War, DC began to grow rapidly. New subdivisions sprang up in formerly rural land, and with them, new roads and infrastructure. Much of this area was built out in the early 1900s, and during that time, many of Hickey Run's tributaries disappeared. By the 1950s, even its main stem flowed above ground only in bits and pieces. And by the 1960s, New York Avenue had been completed, and the stream disappeared entirely north of the new highway. But of course, it didn't truly disappear. Much of Hickey Run and its tributaries still flows today, just underground as part of the storm sewer system shown here in red. Ecologists use the term urban stream syndrome to describe what happens to waterways like Hickey Run. Because of very high levels of imperviousness in their watersheds, they are extremely flashy, characterized by very low base flow and extremely high peaks after the rains. Hickey Run, for example, has a peak flow rate that is more than 100 times its base flow rate. As a point of comparison, the northeast branch of the Anacostia, which is already a highly urbanized stream, has a peak flow rate less than 20 times its base flow rate in a typical month. As a result, Hickey Run is by many measures the most polluted tributary of the Anacostia and has the worst water quality in the district, failing bacterial level tests 92% of the time. The impacts of our approach to urban hydrology ripple far beyond the boundaries of any one watershed and make our cities overall more vulnerable to disaster. The flashiness of urban waterways, for example, is part of the cause of interior flooding in cities. Interior flooding is extremely hard to predict because it occurs far from rivers and designated floodplains. It is instead a direct consequence of our approach to urban hydrology. The fast conveyance approach to drainage, which has guided development for centuries, is simply inadequate for the stresses of climate change. At the same time, our water treatment infrastructure is aging and failing. Because of the large centralized systems we rely on, many communities are reliant on a sole source for their drinking water. In our case, it's the Potomac River, and we have an estimated 24 to 48 hours worth of reserve supply in case of emergencies. In recent years, minor oil and chemical spills have shown how easily our water systems could be taken out of service, in which case we would start to run out of water in one day. Lastly, there have been social consequences. Both globally and here in our area, water has historically been an important space for socialization, recreation, and ritual. People once swam in the tidal basin and in Rock Creek, and for decades, when public bathing facilities were segregated, the Anacostia was a safe place for Black residents to swim. Even today, when public pools closed during COVID, the Park Service noticed an alarming number of people trying to cool off in Rock Creek's polluted waters during summer heat waves. Local environmentalists are pushing to reopen the Potomac and Anacostia rivers to swimming, as you might have heard. But the Anacostia in particular still has a ways to go in terms of water quality. Restoring streams like Hickey Run is critical to the vision of a swimmable river. But to restore streams like Hickey Run, we can't start down here in the portions that remain above ground. We have to consider them as a system, which in this case means starting in the former headwaters that have been largely erased from the landscape. This project proposes a set of interventions that together create a visible, walkable network of green infrastructure, loosely tracing the former route of Hickey Run and providing connectivity across what is now a fragmented watershed. It also creates a visual marker for the hydrological memories held in the landscape. The interventions all work also at different scales and serve a variety of contexts, demonstrating ways to tackle the vast range of typologies in the typical urban watershed. The first intervention focuses on a residential block in the headwaters of Hickey Run, a typology that's also common across the area. In this plan, you can see the former route of Hickey Run, kind of the purplish blue, and in red, the storm sewer system, which closely traces that route. Runoff in this area largely enters the storm sewer system through catch basins at street intersections marked with the blue dots. A system of custom stormwater curb extensions designed for this block typology would provide an opportunity to intercept, detain, and filter stormwater before it enters into the storm sewer system. Water flowing down the street would enter into the curb extensions, I can't point, but from either of the two ends, and from there it would filter down to an under drain connected to the storm sewer. In heavy rains, an overflow system provides a secondary, more direct route. By fitting on to the existing storm sewer network and existing catch basins, this provides an example of gray-green infrastructure, ways that green infrastructure can fit onto and extend the capacity and lifespan of gray infrastructure. Signage and temporary bollards throughout this neighborhood also testify to concerns about pedestrian safety, and these curb extensions provide a way to provide better pedestrian protection. Placing them at strategic intersections would help create a connected route, connecting the residential parts of the neighborhood with several key destinations, including an elementary school, library, rec center, and our next destination, Langdon Park. Until the 1960s, some parts of Hickey Run still flowed above ground within Langdon Park, and its topography, as you can see here, remains that of a stream valley. But today, it is a large underground storm sewer main that runs through the center of that valley. However, water makes its presence felt, attempting to follow the former path of the stream, causing erosion and making some of the park's facilities, like its baseball field, occasionally unusable. Without disturbing any of those existing facilities, all of which are well used, or mature trees, it would be possible to daylight approximately 500 linear feet of the buried stream. Daylighting refers to the practice of returning buried waterways to the surface. As shown in these sections, portions of piping are removed and replaced with a semi-naturalized channel. Zooming in, you can see how exposing the waterway and reconnecting it to the floodplain allows the water level to rise and accommodate runoff after storms. This helps with stormwater management, improves water quality, and provides new habitat. In parks, daylighting also provides a new amenity, a place for socialization where the stickiness of water helps draw people together. From Langdon Park, we travel south on Queens Chapel Road to the industrial zone that occupies the center of this watershed. This is a typical block for the area. It includes a handful of warehouses, a waste processing facility, food production, also a nightclub. The industrial zone represents a significant challenge for the health of Hickey Run and thus the Anacostia overall. It contains acres of impervious paving and vast impermeable roofs, most on older buildings that cannot support the added weight of a green roof. A street section shows these challenges, illustrating how runoff moves almost immediately and directly into the storm sewer system. In the long term, more intensive interventions such as green roofs are needed, but in the interim, we must also find solutions that can start to have an impact. This retrofit toolkit offers light touch, low maintenance strategies that can be implemented quickly and easily, and many of which can later be moved as needed. For example, modular blue roofs, although they do not provide all the advantages of a green roof, can help slow down runoff fit in around existing rooftop mechanicals, and don't exceed roof structural loads. In areas of failing pavement that do not need to support heavy truckloads, that pavement can be replaced with permeable paving. And to address the limited space, bioretention systems can expand vertically with movable planters that help create a pause in the flow of water from downspouts into the storm sewer system. They can also act as a green facade system, turning a street that is currently quite inhospitable to pedestrians into one that's more inviting by mitigating some of the air and noise pollution of these sites. This brings us to our final site, which is an underutilized parking lot just off the US Arboretum's New York Avenue entrance. The proposed intervention here is the largest in scale. A complex that will serve as the new home for the Arboretum Center for Urban Landscape Research. The facility would advance the Arboretum's goal of expanding the capacity and visibility of their research functions, especially those related to climate resilience. The building also demonstrates how institutional facilities can accomplish the three goals of this thesis: making water systems visible, restoring urban waterways, and reconnecting natural systems, infrastructural systems, and the communities that rely on them. This site is a point of transition, both for visitors entering into the Arboretum and for the local hydrology, as it's located right next to the outfall where Hickey Run emerges above ground. The primary building is composed of two wings with a split butterfly roof, celebrating the rainwater harvesting architecture we'll talk about shortly. And they're connected by that portion in blue here, which I'll be calling the bridge. The building faces onto a sunken courtyard that's been excavated from the ground. It is in these two spaces, the sunken courtyard and the bridge, that visitors most closely interact with and experience water. Let's start with how visitors move through the site and the building. The Arboretum once had a grand public entrance to the south, over there, which was closed in the 1970s amid perceptions of rising crime, which symbolically sealed the Arboretum off from the community. Even today, the only entrance that's accessible for those on foot is this one here, which is from a small residential side street. The primary entrance off New York Avenue, the location of this site, is only accessible via car, with New York Avenue serving as an imposing barrier to pedestrians. This means that the Arboretum is particularly cut off from the neighborhoods to its north. In other words, the rest of the Hickey Run watershed. Zooming in on that New York Avenue entrance, you can see that it is dominated by a large asphalt parking lot, which again is underutilized. And that is next to the ruins of a historic brickworks, the legacy of what was once a thriving industry in the area. The proposed project creates a new experience that welcomes visitors coming from New York Avenue, one of the busiest streets in DC. Visitors can continue to come via car, as they currently do, and park in these lots here, or they can come on foot or bike along a new pathway that fills in the missing sidewalk along New York Avenue and allowing views of the brickworks as they approach. Whether folks are coming on foot or by car, they access the building through that central bridge portion. As they enter into the bridge, visitors are surrounded by the sights and sounds of the building's water infrastructure, which is primarily housed in this part of the building. This infrastructure is designed to meet net zero water standards. Here you can see that bridge portion on the first floor plan of the building. As they enter, visitors also have views of the research laboratory and access to the visitor services portions of the building, as well as an exhibits area. Just to quickly go through the plans, the second floor is primarily home to meeting spaces and offices for the research scientists, as well as a lobby and a reading room, which serves a library located on a mezzanine above. That library mezzanine takes advantage of the extra space created by the sloped roofs and offers visitors a view of the building's mass timber structure. From the main entrance, visitors can also choose to proceed downstairs to the lower level, which contains a double height events and lecture space, as well as the building's cistern room. That lower level faces out onto the sunken courtyard I mentioned earlier. To understand the function of the courtyard, we need to take a step back and see how water moves through the site and the building. Going back to our existing site plan, it's also important to note an existing storm sewer main, that red line, which drains a swath of industrial land north of New York Avenue and conveys it to an outfall on Hickey Run over there. There's also a small spring that has emerged on the southern edge of the site. The proposed project daylights that storm sewer main just south of New York Avenue, brings the water through the sunken courtyard and reconnects it with the existing surface spring. As it moves through the courtyard, the water first goes through an aeration channel and sediment settling system before it is deposited into a stepped detention pool, where it's filtered with floating wetlands. This system improves the quality of water and stabilizes flows into Hickey Run, shifting more of that water from peak flow back to base flow. The detention pool is sized to the runoff from a 50-year storm for the 62,000 square foot area served by that storm sewer main, providing an important layer of resilience for the stream overall. Just as importantly, the courtyard provides a range of ways for visitors to experience and interact with water. As they navigate around the courtyard on bridges and boardwalks, they are surrounded by the sights and sounds of different kinds of water elements. In the building too, water is made visible to visitors. As they come through the bridge, they can see and sometimes hear the large roof drain that brings harvested rainwater down to the cistern on the lower level of the building. From there, water moves through a treatment skid and UV filtration before it's pumped to storage tanks on the second level of the building. The cistern room also holds the gray water settling and filtration tanks, which treat all non-toilet water on site to reduce waste flowing into the municipal sewer. After passing through that settling system, treated gray water and any excess harvested rainwater are piped outside to the constructed wetlands you can see here, where they're filtered by gravel and cleansed by vegetation. Just as the previous strategies were intended to be applicable in other green space, industrial and residential contexts, these strategies are intended to be usable by other institutional facilities. Similarly sized rainwater harvesting facilities in every school, community center, and library, for example, would provide an additional 4-day supply of emergency drinking water for every resident of the district. After passing through the constructed wetlands, the water quality is high enough that it can be released, and it merges at this point here with the daylit channel, helping to make tangible the connections between water infrastructure and waterways that is often obscured. These interventions all work at a variety of scales, as I mentioned earlier, and as you've seen, many of them are quite small. But in a systems approach, these little things can add up to something much larger. Restoring ecosystems and waterways does not need to mean tearing down buildings or creating ruptures in the urban fabric. Water can not only be compatible with cities, it can also improve the quality of life for residents in multiple ways. These interventions are also a glimpse of the often hidden away, buried world of urban water. They are an experience that changes depending on the weather, a reminder of how much water truly shapes our built environment, and an invitation to take a different approach to living with water. Thanks.
Okay, I was handed the microphone, so I'll jump in. First of all, I love the idea of thinking. I love that you structured your design interventions and your thinking based on the construct of a natural system, and how you kind of walked us through that. That was very informative as a district resident. And how you kind of, I imagine, stretched yourself a little bit in terms of thinking about interventions on a very finite, a very kind of fine scale, like at the curb and how that might affect, you didn't talk about it that much, but just how that might affect the pedestrian experience,
Mhm.
the recreational experience in the park, and how you could leverage the fact that there's already some deterioration happening there, or
Yeah.
I guess maybe deterioration isn't the right word, but the kind of regeneration that's
Mhm.
happening there. So it felt at once kind of, playful, but also very practical. What I'm grasping for and wishing that maybe you had explored this at times, but what I'm grasping for here is a little bit more kind of playfulness and fun, and in the kind of the form of the building, and especially I think the landscape. When you showed that image of like urban stream syndrome,
Mhm.
that's heartbreaking to see, and just think about, the kind of alluvial city that we had, and now it's very, structured.
Yeah.
But I'm struck at this kind of outfall, what kind of cut that you've drawn, and wondering if either at some point you could have created an interesting juxtaposition between what is happening from an urban stormwater management system and what we could experience from a natural system, but I don't see it happening on the site. Like you've maintained this rectilinear language.
Yeah.
Was there a reason behind that, or tell me more about that?
Yeah. So yeah, that was definitely something I thought about, and kind of as I was thinking about it, as I mentioned, this is kind of like a transitional zone is the way I was thinking about this building. So I wanted to acknowledge the fact that this water that's coming in, it is coming from the storm sewer system. It's actually not like part of what was pre-existing as a tributary of Hickey Run, which was kind of an intentional choice. And as it kind of moves through this courtyard, which is like where it's stored, retained, and helped to kind of return to a more natural state, as it flows out, that's kind of where this more natural flow emerges. And I didn't talk too much about that, but this portion here where there's a little bit of a trail for visitors to walk along is where they could experience more of the kind of pool riffle structure that natural healthy waterways have. And that's kind of where they would see the transition from what's kind of coming in to where it's merging with Hickey Run down here.
So I see it. I think I still have the same feedback, that especially in the form of a thesis, or especially like if you're out there practicing and there are ways or opportunities that you have, because you answered the question, you designed a thoughtful building, you've got the systems kind of thought through. There's the structural nature of the kind of truss system that's very kind of expressed in the bridge, the water kind of flow, the gravitational aspect of it, all that's great. You've got an understanding of the structure of the building, that's great. But I think that, I don't know, just inherently with nature, with some kind of biophilic kind of design thinking, that it could just be a little more playful, like a little, like you thought about the building kind of very sectionally, it seems like. And what about in plan? Like, did that need to be so kind of formed by maybe the structural bay? Could have parts of it taken on the nature of water, a more natural experience for someone? Because I think inherently the reason I'm bringing it up is you're bringing up this juxtaposition between a natural system and an industrialized system. And I feel like your building leans towards the industrialized system way. And I think it could lean back and give people an understanding of different types of natural systems, especially with all the stuff with like living machines and, different types of landscaping that can be incorporated in the interior of buildings. I think there could just be a little more, and I just say that to say, like, if you're out there practicing in the future, those opportunities do exist. So you should like push towards them if that's your prerogative, of course. But anyway, very nice presentation.
Thanks.
I think you've done a great job of exploring lots of different things and carrying it through. I did have a couple minor, fairly minor comments. The Hickey Run reconstruction is helpful and a useful thing to see. More and more cities, municipalities, college campuses are trying to reclaim their natural waterways. And, I went to UVA, you teach down there, and they've done a good job of that in a couple of sections of the university campus. I think that, again, building on Omar's commentary, there can be more poetics in your technical interventions here. And as an example, that sitting wall there looks a little forced, and it's, it could have been a little more naturalistic and better seating height, that sort of thing, so that it was more comfortable and naturally fit into the landscape. And it seems that you were almost afraid to explore those things there, and then ultimately in the building. The entry, I'm always, one of my main interests in architecture and building is figuring out how you get into the front door and what the kind of procession is to get there. And I feel like I'm going in a walkway and I'm coming in a walkway. So I'm going from a walkway and from the parking lot, or I'm going straight down a path right into the entry from the New York Avenue side. There's not really a sense of ground arrival anyplace. There's no forecourt, foyer, entrance on the outside of the building before I get into the inside. And the architecture of the exterior wall, there's a big poetic move with the auditorium bay reach out. That's pretty strong. That's a powerful move. And then the architecture of the rest of the building is like, it's not, that's very organized. I don't really get a sense of what's happening inside. There's, just kind of a strict rhythm of paired windows, and it doesn't tell me much about what's going on inside there. So I think you have a good project overall. I think your cross section, thank you for doing that. So we've seen a lot of sections drawn the wrong way, but that one's a telling section. And I think your drawing organization is pretty strong. So.
Hi, thank you for that. I mentioned to you before we started that it's great to see all of the work from the semester and all of the research and discussions that you've had over time. So it was great to have you walk through it. I think each of these projects could have been a thesis in and of itself. So a lot of work here. We work with a really great landscape architect sometimes, David Rubin Land Collective. And he just completed a project in Indiana. I think it was called Grand Junction Park that you might want to take a look at. It's very similar to the Langdon Park scheme, where he's basically restoring this urban waterway and integrating the aspects of the social quality of the park that you started to touch on into the design of the landscape, and even working with the architect to design the buildings to feel like they're more integrated with the landscape. So I don't have a critique there. It's really just, that may be a project that you want to take a look at and really study, because I think it's a really fantastic intervention in a kind of suburban or small town park setting. So thank you.
Yeah, this is really, I just want to commend you on a really, really comprehensive project and a thorough presentation. I think it was very educational to me. And I live in New York, near Canal Street. And, we have maps in the office actually that show all the waterways that are under New York City. It's just incredible. In fact, I was in a building up near Columbia University 20 some years ago, and there's a whole stream that literally flows through the corner of the building, just underground. It's unbelievable. But I think I'm going to echo some of the comments that we've already heard, that this is like it's very technically, I think this is a very technically competent project. And I love the proposition I think it's the most incredible idea for a project. And I think you've been really, really thorough in exploring it at all of these different scales. And I appreciate that. I appreciate that you've looked at it, how you would handle this proposition at different scales and different environments, and that you've really come up with appropriate sort of proposals for each of those things and thought about sensitivity to the neighborhood and use. It's not heavy-handed in any way. I do think I think as a designer, you've been very safe. And look, you've got a lot that you're tackling, right? So, and I think maybe you chose sort of thoroughness and competency, and that's really important. That's like a foundation. So that's really great. So this is being like a little nitpicky, right? To say like, oh, we'd love to see you push it more. But as a designer, yes, we're seeing these kind of missed opportunities for the kind of the architecture piece, right? I actually really appreciate the kind of lightness of the touch with the way that the water is just sort of being allowed to kind of be exposed and trickle. But then I think, well, what more can you do with that? And I like with the wall, as was pointed out. And then I think the building itself is, again, it's a very kind of almost like you just sort of said, I'm not dealing with architecture here, right? I'm going to make like this building that works, that serves the function, that exposes all of the workings of the water, which I love that. And I'd love to see it like heightened a bit more. Like, how can you make this building kind of celebrate more? Because I do feel like it does feel like a missed opportunity with the building. Like, how could I make this feeling like really be powerful and exciting? And we don't, you could, obviously you're probably also thinking about the thermal system of the building and not making it all glass. So that's good, but there's ways that we could probably make that still be more kind of representational of what you're trying to do. And also the Arboretum is this incredible site, right? Mm-hmm. Could it relate more to the context of the site? But overall, I think it's a really, really good, thorough project, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
Lots of reviewers. So I'm going to reiterate, this is really systematic, and you presented it really a lot of information, and you walked us through really well. So appreciate that. Yes. And this is absolutely what needs to happen in Washington. These are small, simple interventions. And I think I'm seeing some of them already DOE is doing with these curbside rain gardens. So that this is a vision that I could see as reality. Getting to the building design, and you're talking, this is a system, this is a changing dynamic thing. And I'm looking at this site plan and thinking that if you want to be in the building and experience this, maybe there are places you could locate the building, maybe it's part in, part out of this overflow meadow, so that when we have heavy rainfalls and the system needs some relief, you sort of see that getting closer to the building, getting further away from the building. Think about the systems that you've created and get people even more into them out of their box. But really, I think that starting from the source of these, thinking of this water that's everywhere is really a nice way of approaching the problem.
I agree with everything that's been said. Couple of additional points. I think here we have a project in which the system is the thesis, right? So I don't think any of these mini projects, let's say, can stand as the thesis of the project. It's in its totality, and it's systemic form that they kind of take on a larger meaning, right? So in that sense, I would have liked to seen how these different components of your system could potentially work together, right? And there's plenty of potential for that, right? For example, introducing the catch basins or the inlets in some of these industrial blocks, right, that work with the green roof and the green walls and everything, and so on and on. So I think combinations of these different strategies as opposed to treating them as site specific and very particular to their location on the larger map. I think that would be to your advantage, and it would heighten the systemic approach, right? Because one, it's a system, so it should be applicable to different areas of that context, but also it's typological in the sense that you're kind of testing out the system here, but they become typologies that can be repeated elsewhere, right? Even outside of this creek. And then an additional point with regards to the site of the building, which you said it's mostly a research kind of institutional program, right? Why not take over the breakwork itself?
Yeah. So I think if I had more time, finding a way to integrate the brickworks more into this project would have been great. The brickworks right now is mostly in ruins. It's
Right.
like unstable. I think there definitely is an opportunity to incorporate that, but perhaps not as occupiable space in the same way, more as like landscape and there are some very small pieces that really are occupiable, but a lot of it is not. Right now it's completely fenced off because it's like unsafe.
Right.
Yeah.
I would actually argue that maybe that's an opportunity, right? Kind of an industrial past, the ghosts of the industrial past, and kind of making it work for this new kind of eco-conscious kind of ecological future, right? Something that has contributed to the undergrounding of these systems begins to be a part of its foregrounding. Right, that's the opposite of underground. But as an example, I mentioned, I don't know if you were here this morning, I mentioned the Toronto breakworks, right, which is exactly that, right? It's an old breakworks that's been turned into a kind of glorified community center, right? So they have lots of educational programming, but also the pit where the clay for the brick was excavated, that's been turned into wetland, right, where it actually begins to remediate the runoff water from all of the kind of the streets around it, and there's tons of them. So in a sense, it not only contributes to the ecological system, right, and the water story, it also begins to make that visible and make social spaces that accommodate that making visible part. So overall, fantastic project. I think that the system works. I do agree with maybe the overly technical kind of drawings that we see here. I think some of them are a little bit heavy-handed. I'm a bit torn with regards to, do we need to make these spaces more natural looking, or the fact that they are man-made, right? And they are rectilinear at some parts. Maybe that's actually part of the thesis, right? That a kind of man-made system doesn't necessarily need to pretend to be a natural system, right? Yeah. And for examples of that, all of my precedents are from Toronto, but take a look at Sherburne Commons, right?
I looked at that quite a bit. Yes.
So that kind of the sculptural quality of water remediation, right? And these kind of towers that aerate the water, and the whole narrative of how water gets cleaned up, and the pavilion that's there underneath which there's this massive kind of UV filter before letting the water go into Lake Ontario. So I think, and it doesn't look natural. Right. It looks very kind of contemporary in terms of design, lots of straight lines, but it still remediates water. It still deals with water runoff and all of that. So, but I think you need to kind of clarify the direction, right? You can't be in between the two, right? Because I think that jeopardizes the reading of it, right?
Yeah, no, I think that's a really good point. It's something that I definitely was thinking about and struggling with, is this idea that in restoring urban waterways, like, I mean, first of all, we can't just tear up everything and make everything look natural. And second, even if we could, you can't actually go back to what a stream looked like 50, 100 years ago. the only kind of way forward is to create something that's new and can still be healthy and self-sustaining, but it's not ever going to be what it was before. So yeah.
I think that they are being brought back to recollect what we once were. And so, that's, people who get paid a lot of money to figure that out. And that's happening again more and more places, I think. It's a constant challenge for these large scale projects that then zero in on a building. But all of these pieces right here could have been there. All right, so you have Hickey Run going through there, not in as bad shape as not buried like it is there, but how you treat that stream, how you decorate the face of new buildings or old buildings, how you deal with bioretention on that site, which I don't see it other than a kind of quadrant that's separated where the sunken garden is and this confluence channel is. But how do you do those things right there? So you had a big enough problem right there to handle everything that you talked about over here and make it a stronger, more integrated project. I think Robin made a really good point about the kind of orthogonal geometry, and Omar did too, of your kind of defined area, and loosening that up, engaging the building with the natural landscape in a more positive way would have helped the project a lot. I think you've got the bones of a really good project, but it just could have reached out a little bit more to engage it.
Thanks, Upasana, for the thorough presentation. Having worked with you actually multiple times, but through the whole semester, I think one word to describe your process would be deliberate and in control, and which I think plays out here, which is just all a lead into to ask you maybe for a response to the feedback you're getting about the architecture and kind of the level of control and deliberate geometry and the rhythm and the things you have here. Like a sincere open-ended question, how do you receive, or how are you thinking through the feedback that, it could be more celebratory and more animated, given what you've presented and how far you've gotten here today?
Yeah, I mean, I think I definitely, appreciate the feedback about the architecture of the building feeling a little bit, uncelebrated. I think part of that was, again, it was very much my goal to address all the different pieces of a watershed as a system. And that was kind of the intention of this project, and to feel like just focusing on one site would not have been meeting the goals that I kind of set out for myself. Drink some water. So yes, I mean, I kind of knew at the beginning that I was setting out to tackle a lot, and I probably would not have been able to bring each piece to maybe the same resolution as I could have if I spent an entire semester designing a building. But I think that was something that I accepted at the beginning of this process. And yeah, again, I think for me, I am a more technical person, so that is certainly something that's showing up in this. And I think there is certainly part of this project that was inherently technical, but I think certainly finding ways to express those technical details in more creative ways is feedback that is appreciated.
Buildings and sites so doing a building is a building, not paying attention to how it sits in the site and engages now constructed site features. I think this biggest, it's an obligation, I believe, as an architect, to reach out and touch the surroundings with your building in a very positive way. You can't
I think part of the issue is really like you said, there's a lot here, right? This is really almost in a way like a planning project. And the building itself in a way could just be more or less resolved then, because I would almost rather like to see it as a conceptual, something that's more about the concept. I think you've presented a very almost finished looking building. And so I think that's what we're all reacting to here is that it's almost kind of the building itself is almost a little bit of a throwaway, like, oh, I had to do all of these things. And so then I plunked this down because I didn't have time for it. Whereas I think that I'd rather see the aspiration, because I think there's poetry in your project, in the conceiving of exposing this waterway and the different ways it can touch different neighborhoods and different communities. And I just, get to that and I think, wow, what like a wasted opportunity for that building. But if you didn't have time for it, I think to just sort of, what would your, what's a conceptual vision for what it could have been? Maybe just like more of an outline and a bare bones idea. And I the idea of engaging with the brickworks could have also, I think it could just be, I think it could be more aspirational. And I think it is really important that if you're going to take it to that level of resolution, it needs to be really well thought out. And I think that's what people are responding to here, because I mean, I haven't even gotten up there and gotten close enough to see the floor plans and see how they're working. Although I agree with the comment about the entryway. And then I'm sitting here wondering what's the materiality of the building and like, why are the two wings different colors? And, I would rather just see that as maybe just like it could even be just like a ghosted out massing or something where you just talk about like, okay, so the concept of the building with these wings, and then there's this, there's this bridge and all these things happen inside. And it doesn't need to be so fully resolved, because I don't think you did have time to really take it to that level of the rest of the project.
I have a different take on that. I actually think, but very nice project. I think actually you're doing something that is probably would not have been a surprise to people who built infrastructure earlier in this century. I think in general, our general predilection these days is to try and weave the natural condition into the building. And in fact, I think a lot of infrastructure projects, waterworks and things like that, were things where there was very clearly a differentiation between the built environment and what was natural or what was being transformed. And I think if I was answering your question outside of the specifics of the building, I might have said something like, I think the building needs to stand as a clear sense of the human hand in this condition to represent and highlight the difference between that and natural systems. And maybe that would have been something you could push a little bit further, rather than trying to kind of weave nature into the building and other suggestions that have been made. Because I don't think that's what you were trying to do with the building. I think it's a very different sort of thing, which from my perspective, I think you did very nicely, and I think that's not a wrong approach. That's I think what the comments are getting is that maybe it isn't as clear that you were trying to do that as other things, and hence so people sort of read into things that they might do and things with the project, which is understandable as designers. But I actually think that distinction between the formality of the human hand and things like that and the natural condition is something I think where you were more trying to go than other places.
And then Julie. No, go for it.
I just wanted to follow up because I feel like I jumped out there and said, think about natural systems and forms. When my comment isn't about like making that pool shaped like a kidney, or kind of a pretend Disneyland version of things. Where I'm really coming to it is from like just thinking about where are we right now? We're sitting at University of Maryland. This is your thesis. And the reason I gave you that feedback was to push you in terms of exploration of a kind of a concept. And because what I was hearing from you, a lot like what Ali was saying, was like, which direction are you going? I'm hearing about a conceptual framework of reconnection, of opening, of one's connection to a place. And that could happen in many different ways. It could be a rectilinear form. Like one of my favorite spaces to kind of go hide away in DC is the FDR Memorial. Have you ever walked down there? Mm-hmm. It's beautiful, right? It's all rectilinear. There are elements that break that, the form of the stone itself is kind of rough block. And the trees, of course, add a lot to the kind of the combination of that rectilinear form and natural forms. But the pools are all very simple, right? But it gives you a different, and my experience of it is still one of feeling connected to nature while I'm there, although it's a lot of hard surface, vertical systems, there's, text, but you're moving through a place in the same type of experience that I think you're kind of bringing us to here, but it's not about whether it's curvy or not. And so I want to make that clear distinction, because I also don't want to let you off the hook from saying, oh, well, the feedback about if it's a natural form or not, kind of says that, well, because some of the jurors are going this way, some are going, that's not what I'm talking about. And I hope that you're not taking that away. It's about how you've generated this, what's your conceptual framework, and because we're here to critique not just the final outcomes, but the conceptual framework, and encourage you within the context of learning to explore and play. That's where, again, I could see it going a little further. So, yeah.
I could say something more too. In response to Matt's comment, when I see this as a system, and it's a dynamic system. And so my comment about where you locate the building is that the building is the way for people to kind of interact with this system. And so you can monitor the system if you see the change more directly. So where are places where the run is overflowing in high waters, and where are these places you can sort of experience the change that happens in this system.
Yeah, so I don't know, I didn't go through this in a lot of detail, but that's kind of what these are intended to show, is that there are certain pathways that people can take when there's low water that at other times, you can't go there because this fills up, and the floating wetlands are higher, and you kind of see the water in a very different way than hidden, but in dry conditions, when you can kind of access and sit and like move around much more of this kind of courtyard space.
First, I guess let me preface my comments to say that, I'm a committee member. And so, I've been working with you since the beginning of the year when you started this thesis process. And it has been a delight to see the evolution of where you started to where you've ended up. And really just commend you on the thoroughness and comprehensive nature of what you've presented here this afternoon, and understanding that you're attempting to thread a needle like between these very big titans between planning, architecture, and engineering. And depending on the audience, you might have been more popular amongst a group of engineers, depending on how long the conversation lasted, right? And so just, again, taking those things into consideration, and knowing that you're not gonna sort of completely satisfy any given professional or individual across those three particular disciplines. And so really appreciate it. And then not to mention too, is that this narrative of gray and green, right? And trying to find a harmony and balance between, again, sort of the narrative and a picture of, are we trying to sort of sell this idea that, completely transforming a human-built environment back to a natural space, it pays dividends that we know are really unrealistic, right? And that moving forward, that we do have to sort of pay homage to both the gray and the green, again, considering that the space is sort of human built, and we've done damage and we've transformed these natural spaces in ways that we'll never get back to, right? And so I think the intentionality of sort of signaling that this is sort of a hybridized approach to how we move forward, again, I think it is something. And so I think, all of the critiques I think are well within their right. And I think that, if you would have focused on one individual site, you probably could have went a lot further and did a lot more. But again, when you spread sort of, your time and attention across 4 sites that, again, I think somebody mentioned could have been individual theses of their own, right? That's sort of what you get. And so recognizing that. And I think, but what I will say is that and I know you know this and it's in your head, and I don't know if, with, the limited amount of time, if you sort of really drove it home, but just painting the picture of, again, this is a system. These are smaller pieces that make a larger contribution. What does all of this mean? Again, going back to your title of living with water. And so I would have kind of liked to have heard you end on that in terms of, where was the thought from the beginning to the end, from the historical legacy and the transformations to how we arrived here and where we go from here. But otherwise, I mean, you attempted to thread a needle that I think most folks probably wouldn't have tried, especially at this particular stage in your career. And so, yeah, just kudos to you. And again, I think everything that has been said is really not sort of a missed opportunity, but potential. And I think reframing it as such, I think for you going forward could be really helpful. So congratulations again.
I think that all of the comments and conversations that we've heard this afternoon are exactly what Upasana was struggling with the entire semester. How to tackle something that's such a large scale, and to sort of break it down into parts so it can work as a system, was really what you were trying to do. And that's what the conversation was about. So to me, that's really telling that your thesis struggles and ideas and the kind of conversation that you wanted to bring to light really did come to light because of the work that's on the wall. The thesis process and the research process that Upasana brought to us, I think was unparalleled. It's the first thesis document that I've ever read that I found riveting. Could not put it down. I know Jamie Tillman would agree with me on that. It was very interesting, and it's been a fascinating experience to be along the ride in your really rigorous design process throughout the semester, and that you stayed so true to, even though you saw this enormous scope of the project, that you stayed true to that so that you could really explore it through an entire watershed. So congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to rotate 90 degrees. I don't think we need to drag the chairs. There's many, so we can just rotate your chair 90 degrees. Jurors can come over here. What's up? Okay. Okay.
Where? Impossible. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, sorry, the podium is big. Is it okay that I stand over here? Yeah.
You have a laser pointer here if you want. A lot of people have been having issues with the slide advancers, so I should just use this.
This is mine right here. Okay, we're going to begin the next presentation in just a minute. If you're in the room and you're watching the presentation, you can sit in the second and third row. It's open. If you're a student and you want to see the drawings, it's easier to see them from the first third of the room. Sit close so you can see. I'm sorry. That close. Oh. Okay, here we go for our second presentation. of the afternoon.
Hello. Okay. Hello. Okay. Can you all hear me? Yes. Okay. So I'm Vincenza Perla. I'm going to be sharing my thesis project called Suspended Culture with you all. It's a project that explores how architecture can shape the future of historic coastal agriculture. The buttons are not working. Oh, okay.
I think you just have to click into like slide.
Okay. All right. So the site sits on the banks of the Chesapeake Bay in Maryland, which means that it shares the benefits and kind of responsibilities of being on one of the East Coast's prominent watersheds. Although it's only 4,500 square miles, the Chesapeake Bay supplies water to 1.5% of the entire East Coast. And it's home to countless plants and animals and other people. However, the health of the bay is kind of in a precarious situation as it suffers sea level rise at 2 times the national rate. Specifically, the site sits just 15 minutes south of Easton, which is a town kind of known for its longstanding history. It's kind of this quaint town with some natural beauty. But it's gaining this reputation as kind of a culinary hotspot in Maryland. And although Easton's economy is shifting towards a more service-based economy, it's still deeply rooted in agriculture, where farms make up 50 to 69% of the land, and 90% of which are still owned by families that create the top 7% of grain and poultry production in the state. And so as I mentioned just before, the site has agricultural ties that are deeply rooted, where even before European settlement, the Nanticoke tribes people enjoyed life on the edge of the land and looked towards the landscape as a source of food, medicine, and materials. There's a reverence for the land, and people maintain natural ecosystems. They fertilized goods with local fish and seaweed, and they rotated crops based on their migratory patterns, which allowed the land to naturally recharge. Yet most of the Nanticokes were pushed out by the 18th century by European settlers. And so these settlers kind of saw no limit to the resources offered by the land. They changed the landscape pretty much by over-harvesting what they saw as useful or getting rid of what they did not see useful. And by the 18th century, population was exponentially growing, and we start to see permanent coastal settlements. Technological advancements made terraforming very productive, where more and more land was drained to support the population of people at the expense of native animals and plants. And so wetland drainage and terraforming became a very popular situation on the site, where by the 20th century, there were 2 world wars, a booming population, technological growth that furthered facilitated industry and agriculture, again, at the expense of the land and animals and plants. However, kind of at the same time, there was this American culture forming that was deeply rooted in European traditions and kind of ties to agriculture. Traditions of a practical and even spiritual barn construction, farming practices that required all members of a family to have a crucial role in working the farm. These farms kind of maintained a vested interest in the health of the land that they lived on. But since the Great Depression, a lot of these farms got pushed out by an immense industrialized farming practice. And farming at this scale kind of overshadowed any expression, quality, or care in the practice of farming. The scale of agriculture only expedited its negative effects on the land and climate. So much so that by the 1970s is really when we start to see widespread policy adopted about the environment. At this point, there's kind of a widespread acceptance that we needed to preserve the environment in order to protect people, plants, and animals now and in the future. Yet, these measures maybe weren't drastic enough because climate and the landscape are still changing beyond our control. So coastal agricultural communities such as Easton are suffering sea level rise, saltwater intrusion, and temperature spikes that are forcing them to modify their lifestyles and the way they've produced food. And so we can kind of see a trend emerge where different groups of life have been eradicated to make room for a different inhabitant. And so from the Native Americans, then European settlers and family farms who were pushed out by large scale industry. Today, the livelihood of those that remain on Easton are threatened by climate change. But as we said before, Easton's economy is still really tied to agriculture. And so this thesis kind of examines how architecture can address agricultural practices in these communities so that they can sustain themselves in the future. And so looking at, these are projections created by NASA about high tide flooding and temperature change, which kind of prove that the future of agriculture is bleak. By 2050, the average temperature is going to be 71 degrees, more or less, with 50 to 200 days of high tide flooding. But by 2090, there's going to be at least 300 days of high tide flooding. And so this tidal flooding and extreme weather severely lower or eliminate the agricultural productivity and the livelihood as we kind of understand it now. And so considering that climate change is changing the landmass, I started to look at what the land has looked at over time to be able to examine what it could look like in this intervention. And so during the 17th century, there was a historic farm built on the site called the Otwell Farm. As the farm grew, the land was kind of maintained by one family and the natural landscape was more or less intact. As population grew, communities were established on the peninsula and the area of natural landmass began to rapidly decline. By the 20th century, these established communities in agriculture have depleted most of the natural resources. And so using NASA's temperature change models and the NOAA's sea level rise models, we can foresee what the land is going to look like in the future. So this is given 2 to 10 degree temperature change, which will happen in about 25 years. There's 2 to 14 temperature change creates a 6 foot level sea rise on the site, which we could see within the century. This is what the land starts to look like given 8 foot sea level rise. And at 10 foot sea level rise, the peninsula's pretty much gone. Even still, hurricanes that are currently happening and becoming more intense and more frequent severely threaten the site with flooding. And in red is where the 10 foot sea level rise will be. And so clearly the land here is at risk, right? And so are the agricultural processes that are tied to it. So to envision how coastal agriculture can persist, we can examine how these communities respond to environmental unrest. So this matrix shows that in order to plan a slow, short distance, and permanent response to climate change, this thesis implements setbacks, relocated structures, and environmental migration. Again, we return back to these projected sea level rise diagrams, and we can see that the existing farm is in danger. And so the first order of action here is to regrade the site with, again, the 10 foot sea level rise in red. Here's a closer look at that proposed landmass. An examination of the land under some more detail, where the dashed line is the old site or the existing site coast. The land has basically been cut and filled so that there's now 10 feet of elevation on the site, whereas before it was completely flat. So regardless of the program, the operational farm buildings have to move. And so we're reprogramming them to harvest oysters and wild rice and relocating them to a safer part of the land. Although we're moving the farm buildings, what's circled over there is the historic Otwell farm that we had spoken about before, that we're keeping on this kind of island as a relic to the land and past lifestyles and practices. Then a boardwalk structure is built out from the land to connect the site to its old coastlines. The boardwalk kind of creates this pilgrimage for people to interact with. They can interact with the water, these aquacultural practices, and the Otwell Preserve. There are different circuits of different lengths so that different people can enjoy the site, but the longest kind of stretch of the boardwalk is only 0.6 miles long. The boardwalk also starts to shape the aquacultural practices in blue as the wild rice farming is shaped by the terraforming of the land. And so we can start to see a connection of the land and water here. And at first I tried to kind of separate these processes in the design, and I tried making the land like green and the water blue and whatnot, but this became a very convoluted process, which is kind of a tipping point in the design process. Because I realized that really this thesis is about how the functions of land and water are changing and these boundaries are being blurred. And so in order to deal with climate change and agriculture, this thesis kind of works in conjunction with these forces so that these small coastal farms can react and reframe their practices with grace. And so, as I said, we can't keep operating in the same ways that got us here. We have to think ahead of the changing landscape and reimagine what the land and the water can produce in terms of food. So this diagram here shows how the oysters in aquaculture kind of move from the water to the processing building and off of the site. And the same for the wild rice production that is in the lighter, thinner line. Here's a closer look at how the aquaculture is farmed. It's a system called suspended culture, where basically the oysters are put in these bags that are attached to buoys that float with the natural tides. The rice is farmed in this kind of historic process called rice fish farming. It's a mutually beneficial relationship where fish naturally fertilize, weed, and do pest control for the rice paddies that they call home. And so this rice fish farming is only one of the sustainable aspects of the site, where the terraced paddies also reduce erosion and slow the flow of stormwater. There's wetlands replanted on the coast. The shells from the oysters are used to create the paths on the site. And the buildings are designed with efficient systems and interactive PV panels on the roof. And so again, we start to look at a closer view of what the site looks like, but this time we have the circulation of a visitor layered into the site. So now the thick line represents how a visitor might come, park in the lot, walk through and above the visitor building and off to the boardwalk simultaneously with the farm practices that are occurring on the site. And so I think we should start with the operational building, which was designed using historic precedents. So the one facade of the building is based off of a crib barn that is common of the area. And the other facade of the building has the proportions and the breezeways typical of an English barn. The building itself doesn't really prioritize views of the site, but instead is kind of a spectacle. And it is constructed of a gabion material that allows for free ventilation throughout the building. And so it has a steel structural grid with a gabion enclosure that's connected to it without the use of adhesives. And the gabion enclosure material is meant to be durable and give a sense of kind of permanence. And if need be, it could be easily adapted. Here we can see the garage building back here with its manually operable doors. and the 2 processing buildings underneath the same roof that are elevated 5 feet off of the ground. A section of the building shows that the rice processing and storage is towards the left, separated from the oyster processing and storage by the breezeway, and a gathering space for both workers and visitors all the way on the right. Note how the openings within the gabion wall kind of create opportunities for natural ventilation and light to peek through. A section cut of the building from the opposite way shows that it features this kind of glassic gable roof and has the garage. It shows the garage in relationship to the processing buildings, where the garage houses large scale machinery and equipment for both practices. Although this building is mainly for operational purposes and workers, visitors can still walk around and interact with the building and kind of peek in and become connected with where their food comes from. So in contrast, we have this visitor building, what I'm calling the visitor building, but it actually houses a nursery where oysters are first grown, an office, and bathrooms. It has a wood structure with a ramp, with a steel ramp that wraps all the way around the building and leads up to a flat live roof with PV panels that people can interact with. In contrast to the operational building, this visitor building kind of sits very lightly on the land. It has less of a sense of permanence and connection to the earth. It was created prioritizing views of the site at different levels. It has operable windows to, again, prioritize natural ventilation and kind of creating a connection from the earth up to the sky. Here's a view of what the entry to the this visitor building might look like while looking back at the operational building. Again, another section of the visitor building. We're all the way to the right, we see a gallery space for people to sit and relax and learn about the farming processes or the history of the land. The oyster nursery, the office, and the bathroom. We can see the ramp that's wrapping around the building and what the live roof might look like and people interacting with the PV panels. Finally, the third piece of this is the house. And so we kept the Otwell house on this island over here, but people will not be able to live there anymore. And it's not really suited for a contemporary climate. And so we're moving the functions again to the newly regraded site. As I said, the Otwell house is kind of serving as this relic to the land where people can walk on the boardwalk and see what kind of used to be before climate change. And so the house was designed for a multi-generational house family that might live on the site, where on the south part, there are kind of two different entrances, or maybe there's a separate entrance for someone who could be working on the land, who kind of has storage and a bathroom and everything. And then the main function of the house is on this larger building mass that prioritizes east-west light and appropriate shading for the building. So as I said before, the building was designed using this historic Otwell house, this T-shaped plan as precedent. It's more private functions shape these kind of more formal spaces, but they all have a connection to the outdoors. And so here we can see how the site may feel kind of walking off of the boardwalk and you're looking back at all of these different farming building, visitor building, and house all in conjunction with themselves, with each other and the land. And so in summary, I would say that suspended culture really acknowledges the immediacy of climate change. It disrupts the cycle of displacement on the land by designing a land that can produce historic local foods, invites people to interact with the landscape and agricultural practices, acts as a memorial to the history of the site and climate, and design specific, efficient, and durable buildings connected with the site. Thank you.
Hold the mic, so here I go. So a couple of basic questions. Do you imagine this to be a prototype or a typological proposal for future farming in response to what is then contemporary climate?
Yeah, I think that I could see it as a prototype. I mean, basically it's saying that we need to rethink these agricultural practices. It's very specific to this site, I will say, with the cut and fill and but I think that it's really setting kind of the framework for what people might think about instead of just picking up and moving, because right now the kind of response is there is these agricultural practices on the coast. They can't be there anymore, so just move, right?
Right.
But they're tied with all of this history and culture, which kind of proves that maybe it shouldn't just pick up and move.
Yeah, and I totally agree with that. I think as a proposal, as a kind of fully executed kind of set of drawings, it's all fantastic. Congrats on that. One thing that I struggle with is the idea of kind of agritourism, which is kind of so big of a part, takes such a big space in project, right? So the visitors or the tourists can visit every part of the site, can kind of interfere with any operation on the farm, right? Which, you know, could be a hindrance to kind of serious kind of farming, right? And kind of the typical operations that happens on a kind of large scale farming, large scale farm like this. So that part of it, I kind of struggle with. Does every farm needs to be open to the public, right? Or can this be an operational kind of farm, right? And then the other part, which is somewhat related, is the idea of a family-run farm, right? Which, you know, part of our kind of this future condition that is emerging is also a shortage of kind of land, right? And kind of affordable living spaces. So does it still make sense for these farmhouses to be dedicated to one family? Can they also operate as multi-family kind of residences, right? Kind of like a co-op situation, right? Where you contribute to the farming operation, but also you get to live there, right? So the people that we see in the renderings could be occupants and kind of the inhabitants of this landscape as opposed to visitors. You know what I mean? It could be as kind of active as kind of dynamic as you're showing it, but the kind of the stakeholder changes, right?
Yeah, so I would say I agree with you. I don't think that the architecture is kind of given value by the people who are coming to the site. And I don't really, I mean, maybe I don't imagine the site to be really heavily visited. I would say it's close to Easton, but it's kind of a quiet place. I kind of imagine it more as a place where people might come on a walk or something, or maybe like certain state parks, that there are people there, but it's very sparsely used, where the farming operations definitely take precedent over the land. And I think that your comment about having it being like not a multi-generational house, but a multi-family home could kind of be a cool way to look at farming in the future.
Yeah, I mean, especially given how much land we're losing to water, right?
Right,
So
we're losing land, but we're also, I mean, it's still productive. Like,
sure.
there's still how do you? Okay.
Yeah, there you go.
All right, like this is the old landscape,
Right.
but we're not really losing much production for productive land.
No,
We're
I
just
mean,
shifting.
kind of living kind of spaces, right? Places people would normally inhabit. You could kind of have a floating house there as well, right?
Yeah.
Which could be interesting. It could couple with the kind of aquaculture kind of functions. But I mean, it's just a suggestion, and I don't really know the answer to the question that I'm posing, but it just kind of stood out for me as a curiosity. Why? I mean, this kind of like every project we've seen that has dealt with agriculture, there's a public side to it, right? And I'm kind of contradicting myself. For example, on the hemp project, I said there needs to be more public programming. But I mean, does that reign true for every single kind of agricultural project, right?
Hi, thank you. It's a very interesting project, and I think, you know, one thing that I find interesting is this conversion of the land and allowing the water to come in, and then repurposing that new environment to essentially serve the same function. One thing I was wondering is, when the sea keeps rising, how does this operate in that continually changing environment? Is the boardwalk a fixed boardwalk that's at a certain height, and in 100 years now it's gone and you have to redo this whole project again? Or how can this project be kind of self-sustaining in terms of this allowing the water to come in and then using that new environment in a more sustainable way over time?
Yeah, I think that, well, this project was designed for the worst case scenario. That 10-foot sea level rise would happen with 35 degrees Fahrenheit temperature change, which, like, at that point, and so the grading and the elevation and whatnot was really like extremely cautious. But I think, to your point, where maybe it's a little bit less fixed and there are more moving parts that could be dynamic with the water and whatnot, is an opportunity to explore.
Yeah, I think that was the other thing that I was struggling with, was all the cut and fill. You know, you're changing the landscape kind of proactively, and I wonder if there's a way to kind of allow that to happen more naturally. The saving of the town, you know, the house on the site, I'm all for preservation, but it seems I had this kind of reaction when you said you were going to cut all this land and raise the farmhouse just to save it. It seemed like it was a little too much for me. So I'd like to hear your thoughts on that.
I mean, I don't think that saving the house was really about preservation in terms of historic preservation, and we need to keep all this stuff, you know, here. I mean, I guess there's a little bit of that, but it's more so, if it feels dramatic, it's because it was meant to be dramatic. Is like, this is what's happening. You know, there are already houses in Easton on, you know, one of those collages I made where the house is already flooded all the way around. So it's kind of like a relic and a warning to the future.
Yeah, I was actually, I was going to ask you to explain more about the cut and fill, because I was a little confused if you were saying, like, right now, today, you're cutting all of this to create this new, so you're sort of anticipating what's going to happen in 100 years, and you're sort of making it happen now, which I really love. I love the idea of the proposition, what you're tackling, and I really like a lot of the ways that you've handled it and thought about it. That big move, like, to me, is the resources to do that is kind of like, it's also kind of like very violent, you know.
Yeah.
And it's like a huge amount of resources just to move the land. And so I think I would also like to see, you know, to if you could think about, how could I do this in a way that doesn't, you know, that's not quite so spending so much resources on the cutting, on the filling, the just dismantling, like to move that house, like to take it apart, move it, you know.
Well, the house is staying.
Okay, so that piece, that's what I'm trying to understand, but aren't you having to raise that bit?
So no, that part of the land is at the existing, like,
okay, so that stays. So that's that's actually in the 100.
I mean, it's going, it will in 100 years, it could get flooded, and then.
But that's natural where that's sitting.
Yes.
Okay,
and the water around it is cut around, and that dirt is moved
on the site.
That's why I wanted to know more.
Oh,
Yeah,
I'm
I
sorry.
wanted to know more about that because I thought we were like pushing that house.
No,
up
I've
to
put
make
a lot
it
of thought
big
of
island.
what to do with this house.
Oh, that's great. Okay, that's so
yeah.
much better. Yeah, much better. Maybe some of the other things that you're thinking about could be more a kind of a condition of floating so that as the water levels rise, they move with it.
Mhm.
I love the proposition of how you're converting from the more land farming to, we're going, as the waters rise, we will need to have different, the climates, how to say this, the agriculture has to change with it, right? How we sustain ourselves. And, and I think the idea of this, and what you're proposing with farms, it is tackling a huge problem that's facing our country, right? Because we've created this huge industrialized agriculture that actually is removing us from it's removing people from the production of food. It's creating like huge health problems because we're not, like people aren't actually having access to the things that they need when they need them, or creating monocultures. We're having, so it's like abusive practices in a way. So the idea of like finding a new path forward, it's not maybe return to the single family farm, but it is, I think if you could think about a return back to the collective farming, and also this is a population I think that would expand and contract. I mean, I don't know if this is a, year-round operation that's always the same at all times of year, but I live on a house that was once the main house of a 200-acre farm, and my little cottage was once the migrant workers, and it was, and these were people that came every year, right, and stayed there and worked the land and then went somewhere else, but it was also like part of the ecosystem, so I think it can be really, really incredible. And it's tackling a very, very important problem facing the whole country, and it's happening. It's not just happening in Easton, it's happening in little towns all over the nation that are struggling with this. So I think it's got a lot of potential. I'm a little, I think some of the proposition and the thesis is incredible. Some of the architecture I think could be, I'm not quite clear on. So for instance, when you talk about the unconditioned, so I mean, all of these buildings in this building are unconditioned, right? Because you're
no, so the storage is going to have to be the storage with the
okay, so that
gypsum.
one's not the wood. That's not, sorry, that's not the stone.
And in the
okay.
visitor center, the rooms are going to have to be conditioned.
Right,
Some of
right.
them are.
No, I was looking at this and trying to understand, and maybe it's just the labeling, which spaces here were unconditioned, because and so everything with the stone is unconditioned space.
Correct.
Okay.
And the storage
Right.
has to be
Yeah,
conditioned.
got
because
it.
of-
Okay. Well, that's fine. Yeah, I think I think if you, with more time, you could think about maybe some of the structures, how, rather than sort of carving away, like if you're taking a traditional form, I'm a little bothered by the sort of cutting parts of it away. And you even talked about this as a facade, and the facade coming from an old English stone barn, but there's actually the forms of those buildings, even in and of themselves, the structure, it's very iconic, and it actually had reasons, environmental reasons for why they were shaped the way they were. So I'm a little bothered by sort of like cutting it in half, but
Well, I
it's,
think
yeah.
functionally,
Yeah.
they kind of functionally they are cut in half, where the English barn and the crib barn are essentially very similar. They're different in proportion, but they both have a breezeway. So in the crib barn, I think it's more common for the breezeway to be totally open like I have here, but in the English barn, I mean, there's just a door in front of it, like the classic kind of barn door.
Yeah,
this
I guess
doesn't
the way
have.
that I guess
Yeah.
the way that it's kind of got a like chunk missing, like the way that it's been cut to expose the other side, so it's only like half of a peak. I don't know, something about taking something architecturally about that is really bothering me, but I really like your use of materiality. I like the way that you've actually I like the way that you've articulated this, I think is a good level because it's obviously not so worked out. So I think you have kept it like sort of quite open-ended and a little bit like a nice light hand to it. So I think that's really nice because it's not all the way resolved. So I think you're letting it, you are speaking to a kind of an aspiration, which I think is really nice. Overall, I think it's really moving. I want to like see it. Yeah, I always want to like keep see what you would do next with it.
Thanks.
So yeah, I'm also very kind of a little taken aback by this project and just I think violence is the right word maybe, or just the because what it's doing is like forcing us to grapple with something like what if, what if we took such a drastic step? What would that be like? So that's really interesting to talk about and think about. However, I think I wonder if jumping all the way to worst case scenario or almost worst case scenario, left off some opportunities to explore more and to experiment and to almost like take some of the typologies that you developed and then go back and reapply them in different contexts. Like you showed that kind of series of sea level rise and what the landmass would look like. And to Ali's point, like there's people that are living on the landscape. To make a farm run like this, you have to have a decent amount of staff. You have to have a decent amount of buildings. Like having worked on a farm, then you need 4 or 5 times as many structures as this to support this facility in terms of vehicles, storage, fuel tanks, just all the bits and pieces, water. So there's a lot of infrastructure that goes into these kinds of processing facilities and, oyster starter tanks and just all that stuff. But you're not this is an industrial engineering review. This is an architecture review. So I just say that because there would have been there's a lot to deal with on the site. And I think it would have been interesting to, as the water rose, see how you apply these ideas in these different contexts. Like, so combining a traditional agriculture with aquaculture, or, where do the oyster beds start and, the poultry moves off the landscape, and seeing that happen, I think you could have taken this and kind of applied it back in that context, which would have, I'm torn about that comment because I think on one side, such a drastic thing is like eliciting a response from us where we're all like, really? Oh, don't. And then, there's the pragmatic side of actually moving all this earth, which would be incredibly energy intensive and destructive to soil systems, water runoff. I mean, it would have been an environmental mega super fun site to do that, But so I'm curious about how that could have happened incrementally if your thesis really is about climate change rather than just. And then one other point of feedback before you respond. I'm big on like if you show it, then explain it and know it. And I'm struggling. I'm caught up on that farmhouse because you started a kind of interesting conceptual framework, and I was like, okay, all right, you're reorganizing it, you're doing this and that. And then I can kind of see it up there in that series of elevations, or I guess a site section. But I want to know what's going on there, because this diagram is interesting. And I'm wondering if, like, sometimes I think this representation is really beautiful and I like the quality of it. It's almost like a part illustrative, exercise where you were like experimenting with graphic design and illustration and architecture. I think you probably were. But maybe, I don't know if that ever held you. Do you feel like it ever held you back from really just diving in and explaining things in a certain way, that certain resources were spent on this rather than kind of getting into that? Because I feel it feels a little unresolved in places.
Okay, so no, I will say this graphic representation came out of the last like week and a half. Like this looked totally different every single meeting, and it didn't always look like good. I mean, you know, what I mean? Like, but in terms of the house, I mean, you did kind of catch me. Like I spent a lot of time planning out this house and what the house would look like, because there's a lot to think about, like how might people who live here kind of want to live and exist in a house. And then it came to a point where I was like, I need to design like the farm and operational buildings. And I think those are, you know, if I'm weighing my priorities, the way the house looked, yeah, I guess if I had more time, I would like to actually design what the house looks like three-dimensionally. And so does that answer your question?
Yeah, I think it does. And I think just to be really clear, what I'm saying is like, I actually don't think that the design of that house is an important part of your project at all. Maybe you could have left it off. I would have rather seen you do something with the boardwalk and make that real, because that was my other comment, is like, just this, it's too easy. Like that would be very hard to construct and make real. And I think if you had given like, okay, this is really, you see it a little bit here. What is the boardwalk really? How is it working? Why is it using this form? And that would have gone a lot further to me, because that's a central piece of this. This is an ancillary piece.
Yeah, I would agree with that as well. I think there are parts of the boardwalk, like I was thinking about how could this be shaded, and it is a really big structure and whatnot. But like I said, I didn't always, I kind of went down some holes, right? And it was like, by the time I realized the house wasn't going to be that important, I was like, well, I'm not willing to just not put it on my boards at all, because I like what I did so far. And it's just a bad thing.
It's fine to be happy with the form and the kind of the boardwalk as it is, but it needs a backstory, right? And maybe instead of violent, radical would be another kind of descriptive word for what you've done here. And a radical response requires a kind of radical justification, right? And kind of a radical change in how we would operate a farm like this, right? So a boardwalk like that, as large as what you have there, would probably work if, you know, the main transportation and the main ins and outs to this farm and its operations are by water, right?
That's
which
what happens.
is that what happens? 'Cause
So
we still
this
see
diagram is
roads
showing
and
like,
everything.
this is how the oysters are farmed by the water, and the boardwalk is mainly for
No, I mean,
people.
even people that are coming to it, right? The kind of the yield that's going out, right? Everything happens through water, right? And it becomes a more radical kind of changing of how we would actually live with water, as opposed to kind of defending our roads and infrastructure from it, right? Water becomes everything, right? It becomes kind of living space, it becomes farmland, it becomes kind of transportation surface, right? So taking it seriously, you know, even as a radical proposal.
Yeah, that was my, oh, sorry.
Okay, go ahead.
That was my, I kind of disregarded the architecture, to be honest with you, because I think your thesis is about the water. And it's almost like someone said, you have to design a building because it's a architecture thesis. But if you're going to design a building, having it relate to the water and this sort of changing environment, I think is kind of what everyone is saying.
Yeah, that's exactly where I was going to start, is that the problem you've identified is that our land is changing, and it's changing over time. And then you've put a pin in that change and you've designed something. So I think what we want to see is how it changes over time. And I think the most successful things about your project is how you're transferring from the land to the water. And these oyster beds and these rice paddies are things that can flow. You can have more or less. You can develop the paddies as the water comes further towards the land. And it makes me think that maybe these structures need to be more temporary and they need to be mobile. And I really like your gabion structures. These are things that can be possibly demounted and moved and mounted again. So I think that really what's there is the response to change over a period of time. So you need some like a strategy rather than a solution.
Yeah, I will say that I think what I'm hearing and kind of agree with is that this is a very like fixed project, and your point, like having change over time, I think could have been an interesting aspect to look at. But I don't agree that the architecture is kind of tacked on to the end, because this project really is also about like, we've stopped paying attention to the architecture and the built environment of agricultural places. What if we start paying attention to them? What can that answer? To your point earlier, like maybe there doesn't need to be 1 million visitors to the site to make the building important and to actually design it. I think maybe in my explanation, I kind of let this idea of like an adaptable structure like fizzle off to the bottom. That was kind of one of the pillars of the design process, was that even if the buildings seem permanent to the land and kind of heavy and I guess permanent, both of them were designed so that they could be, if need be, taken apart and kind of moved somewhere else. I had explored earlier on, like, what if that's the main part of the buildings, where the buildings are here and then water floods and you pick them up and you move them there. But the processes that are happen there, it seems like, I don't know, it's like processes that are happening in these buildings maybe want to be a little bit more fixed and irregular, and not like, all right, well, today I'm going to work and things are completely different, because there is heavy machinery and stuff that are needed to process these goods.
I'm depressed.
I'm sorry.
So having grown up, in this area and region, and seeing what's going on, and every time I come to the University of Maryland, somebody has the receding water line project. So it's like really depressing. But the you have a pretty aggressive approach, which is interesting. On a positive note, I think your illustrations, the ones in the lower tier, are artful. And it's soft. It's a soft landscape, and then I get to the building, and it's like I feel like I'm in kind of an auto park or a truck park, industrial things kind of thrown together. And I appreciate your separating the buildings, but putting them under a giant roof, it seems to be an interesting and odd response.
Putting the farming operational buildings all under one roof.
All under a single roof. And then I was curious. So Olson Kundig is one of my favorite architects.
Yeah, yes, it's your response.
And there's the wheel and the wheel and the for a garage door, which seems like a conceit that I wouldn't think would go with this stuff. So why did you?
Why not?
You see the wheel.
No, I understand what you're saying, but why wouldn't it be appropriate for this?
Why do you need the open space above the pivot point in this in a garage, as an example?
Yeah, I guess that kind of came out of, how do we open this garage door if I don't want it to just slide to the right or to the left because of the location? I didn't want it to be a sliding garage door. I guess there were opportunities of it to be a mechanical thing where there's that like track thing on the top, or it can create an opportunity for people to be able to kind of interact with this building. I mean, it's a big building, and so I think kind of creating opportunities where people can interact with the building at smaller scales was where that came from.
So is that the go ahead for me to talk? Thanks. I just wanted to point out something that I think is important here. This is a site that is large and indeterminate, both temporally and formally. And the reason I want to point this out is that oftentimes students will choose sites that are very well defined in terms of their boundaries. This one clearly is not. And the boundaries of the site are very disputed. One of the things that Vincenza did early on, and I don't know if it's showing up here, is that she was exploring simultaneous with the erosion of the site, the ideas of a variety of tectonic languages for the building. I think conceptually, the issues of the site are of such huge magnitude. I mean, David, your depression about the water's edge, it clearly resonates with me. That this is such a huge problem, and it means such tremendous change. That as a consequence of that, the building didn't get as much time as the site. And in a way, I guess somebody else said it earlier on, in a way, the building's almost not important, even though this is an architectural thesis, is not as important as the site. But I bring this up because a lot of times when students choose a thesis project, they don't think about the consequences of the type of site and the match with the type of program. And that a lot of times that is really the key to whether something remains a question at the end or whether something seems as though it's been neatly tied up and solved in a bundle. I don't know that any of us can actually solve this problem tied up neatly in a bundle. This is a really big, wicked problem for all of us to handle. So I just want to say I was happy to be on this committee with Vincenza and have a lot of great conversations with her over time about the evolution of the project. And this should probably be another one of the podcasts out there, Julie.
A plug for the Building Hope podcast.
Vincenza, thanks so much. This is super interesting. And the topic is really near and dear to my heart. I agree with some of the colleagues here who have spoken about a desire to see incremental change on the site. And I just want to talk for a minute about how aquaculture might participate in incremental change over time on the site. One thing to remember is that oysters build up their reefs quite fast, right? In fact, they build at such speeds that it can keep pace with projected sea level rise. It's one of the reasons that the Living Breakwaters project that's going up off the coast of Staten Island right now is expected to be successful because it's built on the premise that with a breakwater as a substrate, that a reef can be constructed on that. And the oysters are sort of participants in our coastal resiliency strategy. So it's something to think about here. It might be that you're not just farming in cages, but you're in fact constructing and interweaving reefs as well to take on a practice of land making over time. And the other thing I just want to mention is that on the west coast of our country, in San Francisco Bay, there was a rich heritage among the Native Americans, they're the Alone people, and they would essentially harvest oysters and mussels and then create middens or shell piles. And they created so many of them that they really transformed the coast of the San Francisco Bay as a way to live within liminal zones like this that are inundated with water. So hundreds of years of shucking and eating oysters and then putting shells in the same spot created substrates for small villages and enclaves, not unlike the kind of size that you're thinking about here. So again, aquaculture and oyster farming results in incremental land making. And those are just a couple of ways that you might start to think about thinking about putting the site on a timeline rather than jumping to the 100-year conclusion, but change over time might lead to different formal strategies and ways of existing on the site. But kudos for taking on a difficult issue.
Thanks. That would be a cool way of dealing with this kind of problem of the changing site.
Vincenza, thank you so much for getting to the finish line. I really appreciate actually where the project has gone. And so to David's comment, we have been doing thesis projects that have dealt with this particular issue, and we're, we have some experience in thinking about this. So I commend you on putting the latest iteration in place. And for that reason, I'm optimistic. This is another exploration of strategies that in the aggregate give us some reason and some hope that the land and the water, this primordial intersection, which is so important to the culture of this region, has new meaning when we begin to think about it this way. I'm not at all bothered by your buildings, by the way. I love the spare industrial aspect of it. As you know, I'm somewhat familiar with industrial buildings and farming buildings on the Eastern Shore of Maryland. And I can see them fit right in. I think the one thing that you didn't do is print them at larger size. So they look great on the screen over there. So I'll wrap it up there, and congratulations.
Thanks.
Do you? I have one quick question. All right, so you were committed to staying on this site, right? You picked this site and you said, I'm going to see how this site evolves if sea level rises in this way. So you've done this thesis, and some people have, I think I heard the words radical aggressive, right? It's a hands-on approach. Now reflecting back on it, do you agree with your approach to actually remain on the site, or do you think that managed retreat is a more appropriate response?
I still think that these farms shouldn't have to move. I mean, maybe from like my 10,000 foot view of it. And I had no kind of eye for the history of their culture or the people on the site. I'd be like, just move. But I think that having these farms on the coast, yes, my approach to it was very like bold. I think there are ways that could have been a little bit less bold on the site. But I think that like the people who live here wouldn't be the way that they are if they weren't on the coast here. The farming and Easton and everything would not be what it is without its coastal agriculture that's been there since the beginning of time. So does that answer your question?
Yes. Yeah. I'm so eager to hear what you have.
Yeah. This has been really fun. This conversation has been fun. Vincenza, working with you as your chair has been very fun. And I want to reflect just for a minute on violence, which I think, Corey, you started as a theme and is a perfect way to think about what we're talking about. And the biggest violence is this second to last, which is pre-Vincenza coming to this project. This is the violence that, well, I guess first of all, we'll start with the collages. So the collages represent the violence that has happened on the site and to the site as a product of human impact and humans impact on the land, on the animals, on the plants, and to each other. So there's violence in the collages, just as a recap, a brief history of the culture of the site. The violence then, so that's historical. The violence from the present to the future. This is also without Vincenza having a thesis project here. There's a violence happening whether we do anything at all or not. And so I like that we're talking about that. And I think, Vincenza, you're getting us up to speed on the violence that has happened on the site and the inevitable violence to the land that will happen on the site. And you're responding to that violence proactively with a radical idea. And you, from the start, I think, endeavored to do something deliberate to respond to all these layers of violence and inevitability and change, and thinking about place and how we deal with this. How can we anticipate? Anticipating what we know, knowing what we can anticipate. How do we respond? How do we do anything? Should we do anything? Was a conversation. Is this the site? Was a big conversation. And you took the bold and radical approach, I think, to intervene, to regrade, to make the water occupiable, to map the former, which I don't think came across quite as much, but this is also a mapping project to help future generations remember where there used to be buildings, where the land used to extend to. It's a monument to the violence that we've done to ourselves. So I think with that, I'll conclude. It's been great working with you for many years, from an undergrad to your final semester. So thanks, Vincenzo, for working with me. Thanks for the conversation. We'll take a 5-minute break and spin the boards, and then we'll start again in a few minutes. How are you feeling?
I'm good.
Good. You should. It looks great. You got it.
You'll tell me when it's benediction time.
Yes, I will. I'll tap you. All right, we're going to start our second half of the second half of the day, last quarter of the day. If the jury can join us on this side, we'll get going with Austin. Whenever you're ready, Austin, you got it.
Hello. Hi. So I am Austin Register, and we'll be taking a trip down to Louisiana, to New Orleans for the next hour. I'd like to thank my thesis chair, Rolf Bennett, the committee, and all the friends that have given me support along the way. So New Orleans is in Louisiana, located on the Mississippi River Delta Plain. It is flanked by Lake Pontchartrain to the north, and having the Mississippi River define the coastline to the south, the French Quarter, situated right there, which we're all familiar with, and the eastern part, which is what we're going to look at, is all the way there, about 30 minutes away. And historically, this location of the city has proven beneficial as a French colonial town in terms of defense and trade, but its location now has a bit of an issue with it, and that issue is that it is sinking. The vast majority of the residents in New Orleans are living below sea level. And to really understand why that happened, we have to go back and look at how the city developed historically. Starting out with the historic French Quarter, the colonial town was, they found the first high ground along the Mississippi to develop their town. And that development pattern stuck, was the trend. Any expansion stuck along the natural high ground along the Mississippi River. And it wasn't until 1895 is where the city drew up a drainage plan, which separated their stormwater from sewage, which is a very good idea. This allowed, this is the change in development pattern where instead of locating the ground to build on, they were building ground to build on. So they drew up this drainage plan, and that allowed them to settle on what was previously swampland. And that is when the development pattern changed. This way. Yes, and so there's the extent of it now. And what we have now, City of New Orleans, is a series of above and below ground drainage, what do you call them? Drainage storm drains. And what they do is they channel the storm water to these drains. They get channeled and pumped out over top the levee walls into the lake to the north, which is Lake Pontchartrain. And, you know, the levee walls are not only around New Orleans themselves, but all up and down the Mississippi River. Something also to note is that the river itself is being forced onto its current path. Just north of the site up here, there is a river control structure which forces the river along its current path and not down the now Atchafalaya River, which is the shorter and more steep direct path to the Gulf of Mexico. This is because the Mississippi River is so important to the economy and well-being of the city that they made this system here. The Mississippi is this guy up that way. And so all this infrastructure creates what I'd call, or what is called, the levee effect. One, people are now building in floodplains that were previously swampland and not being able to build on. Two, the land is not being naturally replenished by the naturally deposited sediment from floodwaters overtopping the smaller levees. And three, when you build on this soft organic soil, it starts to compress, and that's how you get a sinking city. This is okay, but when these levee walls fail and the infrastructure doesn't, well, first compounding this with the land loss, right? The coastline of the Louisiana Delta is losing a lot of land quite rapidly. And this swampland is critical storm, how they call shock absorbers. So when storms flow through the area, they can absorb a certain amount of water, but you know, that is being eroded quite rapidly, and compounding all this with the levee effect, as aforementioned, when disaster strikes, these communities get wiped out during Katrina. Our site in the north saw 4 to 6 feet of water elevation, with portions of East New Orleans seeing upwards to 10. The city is well aware of this problem, and in 2006, they came out with a green dot plan. This was the idea is that the residents would have to prove viability to move back and rebuild their sites. And in areas where they cited it's not viable at all, they put an ambiguous green dot around an area. They'd say, we're going to give it up and give it up to park space. That was widely unpopular. People opposed it, were voted out immediately. And the current plan is to develop, you can come back and build up exactly where you were before Katrina. But I think that policy kind of ignores the gravity of the situation. And so the question is, how do you build in these areas which are so flood prone? And the good news is that we've been doing it for a while. One example, the Netherlands are the sainted forefathers of this technology. They, before New Orleans did it, they would section up parts of land called polders, and they would dig out channels and channel out the water outside of the section of land over top their seawalls or dikes. And then they would develop along these sections of land incrementally since like well before New Orleans. And this is not dissimilar to the strategy in New Orleans, but these are billion-dollar infrastructural investments. Something other countries do, which may not have the resources, is a key idea is that you should individualize your flood protection. Well, the Mekong Delta in Vietnam might not have the resources to make these billion-dollar infrastructure improvements. What I think they do well is individualizing their flood protection. So within the household, they come up with a plan, either raise their houses, have some sort of strategy in place so that their individual house can withstand whatever events happened. And they also think of the floodwaters in certain areas as opportunities to either fish, because fish come through, or they allow the floodwaters to naturally replenish their rice farms, which is very important. And this all kind of wraps into a concept called sponge cities. This is the idea that our cities can be built in such a way that can absorb, retain, and reject a certain amount of water, not unlike a sponge. This is a book I've been looking at throughout my thesis, detailing a variety of these strategies implemented along France. This one in Nantes is, I think, a great example of how this strategy can fold into the public realm quite nicely. And so thinking about the problems of New Orleans and the strategies that surround this problem, I think the East New Orleans is a great area to start investigating how we can start applying this strategy. So moving back, the site is right there, eastern place of New Orleans. A couple of things to note. Along the site is where we're at here. There is a large levee wall, not the main one, but a sectioned off one along the west of the site. To the east, Bayou Savage is a protected wetlands. You can't develop on that. And within that, there's the drainage canals I talked about that channel the water out up into the lake. And around this areas, there are small, isolated, single-family suburb communities, which we'll get to a little later. Now, the site itself was a old Six Flags park that was flooded out during Katrina and has sat abandoned ever since. A couple of photos here. The site itself acted as a bit of a bowl, which kept this water in this spot for much longer than it needed to be. And it does have an iconic coaster that is sometimes seen in a lot of movies, post-apocalyptic in nature. But yeah, it's not mostly wild hogs and quite overgrown. Now, there is a current development plan. Bayou Phoenix, a development corporation in New Orleans, has proposed a plan to develop on this site, but it's mostly just a giant warehouse and a scattering of baseball fields and soccer fields, which I don't think is very inspiring. And talking about the surrounding neighborhoods, they are really nothing to speak of. They don't really speak to the issues at hand in East New Orleans. They're built straight on the flat ground, very isolated, segregating not only class but race, and not a lot responsive. A lot of them, the majority of them, are built on flat concrete pads, which I think is a big no-no for developing on such a critical site. And the water infrastructure around this area is just that, infrastructural in nature, right? The community often turns their back to it, and it's really thought of a glorified ditch than nothing else. And when we saw in Sponge Cities and some of the other examples, when you think of famous canals in your history, it doesn't need to be that way. So first step into figuring out how to develop on the site is to understand it. The first thing that you all might have noticed is the giant 40-acre parking pad. first instinct is to obliterate it entirely and pay no mind to it. But what I thought was interesting was that this parking pad is elevated above the base flood elevation, which is sitting about -4. And thinking back on how we used to develop, sticking to the high ground, I thought it would be a great strategy beginning to consolidate all the development on this parking pad to capitalize on the infrastructural investment already made to the site. And so that is the beginning of how I think about it. The next step is to think about how to drain the site. So along the site, I propose that a series of swales right here, and then if I point right along there, designed in such a way where it allows the water to flow from here out into the bayou and the existing drainage canals. I'm proposing an extension of the existing drainage canal up around Michaud Road, up that way. And these don't need to be infrastructural, right? These swale designs can be detailed in such a way where they can act as parks and gardens for the community. What's one such park, Michaud Park right here, I'm proposing that can be a critical, connecting piece to start to thread together some of these isolated communities that surround the site. The Six Flags site currently I'm leaving untouched. There seems to be a somewhat of a demand to have some sort of attraction to this area. And because the land itself is quite low, I didn't think it would be a good idea to develop anything critical on that parcel of land. So I'm leaving it untouched so that in the future, if demand needs it, can be developed into a destination park if need to be. And there's a parking structure right there to support whatever that may be so that the residents themselves won't flood the town with cars and all that good stuff. So talking about the plan itself, the buildings, I'm introducing a density that is twice the amount of the surrounding suburbs. I think this is important for two reasons. One, the density allows the land around it to be used as these retention areas, which I think is critical. And two, as a nice side effect, they create more walkable, less car dependent communities, which I think is sorely needed in this area. The plan itself, I'll go to the boards here. I'm proposing a variety of housing types, starting from narrow single family houses up into townhouses, and then a stronger, more dense retail corridor with apartments and some mixed use stuff on the ground floor up there, here. And along this plan, let me go back here. I have designated out 3 civic buildings. One up there, a school that I think will fit nicely there, and this parking structure. And they're, support the town in their first design ways, but I think it's important to think about far in the future. This won't happen every year, but if water levels become much above anticipated natures, these buildings can act as a sort of base of operations to organize a recovery effort, which was seen in East New Orleans. And the Vietnamese community down there had a church that they used for that. And so I think that's important to note. The building blocks of this plan starts out with a shotgun house. The shotgun house is a typology that is rooted in New Orleans tradition. It is narrow enough and small enough where I think it would create a nice affordable units for the people of East New Orleans, but also can support a variety of additions on the second floor to increase the square footage. And these lots can also support, as mentioned, the townhouses quite nicely onto the lot sizes. And if you want to combine the lots, you can create a larger single family house if need be. And at its most dense, you can fit a double loaded apartment building along the main retail corridor. And so when you start to arrange these buildings along the site, you start to get a streetscape that speaks a little bit more to New Orleans. And so these buildings themselves, I proposed that each building should be raised at least 3 feet above the ground level. That'll put most of the houses above the 4 to 6 foot of elevations from Katrina and keep people dry year round. And so that I think is a critical strategy that isn't really seen a whole lot in the area. The residential area is, the commercial street is treated a little differently. I'm proposing that the buildings sit on a pad that's elevated itself. So this guy here is elevated 3 feet, and all the buildings sit on that. That can create a more continuous pedestrian experience as people start to walk around and shop and what have you. And you just need to treat it a little differently when it comes to the commercial areas. And so when you combine all this together, I think you get a community that is one, responsive to the climate of the area, and two, a little bit more in line with New Orleans. One of the complaints that a lot of residents have after Katrina is that a lot of the newer development plans were not at all respecting the culture of New Orleans. And a lot of them saw houses that were really crazy formally and a bit more, not innovative, but high concept and not at all responsive to the site. And so, this plan seeks to stick with a tradition that speaks to New Orleans, right? The houses themselves have nice wide porches, which are important. And the topology itself, I think, is much more in line with what you see down in the French Quarter. And so, in summary, right, because of our previous development patterns, much of the natural systems, those swamps that have kept New Orleans safe have been eroded. This requires us to engineer the sponge back into our communities, communities such as New Orleans. The current suburban development pattern around the site is, I don't think, at all equipped to respond to such a critical problem. East New Orleans, I think, is an area that can accept this strategy and is in desperate need of this strategy. And so this thesis aims to create such a space that not only addresses the climate, but the unique character that residents can identify as uniquely New Orleans. And so I'd like to start the discussion. I know there's a lot to talk about. So I'd like to open the floor to questions.
Last thing, yeah. So let me start off by asking you to clarify where the parking pad is.
Parking pad?
Yeah, the parking lot that is beneath all of this, right?
So if you look at that axon there, this overview, all that development, you can see a bit of the parking pad here. It is from that edge up there to about there, and that's about 40 acres.
No, I understand that, but sectionally, where is it? So are you
Sectionally?
all these kind of grooves and bioswales and everything,
It's
are
sitting
these being
about-
cut into the?
Yeah, so the
pad?
parking pad sits at an average about -3 feet. Base flood elevation is about -4, and so it sits 1 foot above that. Yes. Existing grade would be right there, 1 foot below the flood elevation. Right?
Oh, so you are
We are cutting
building,
into it, yes.
you are both cutting into it, but also building.
Yes, cutting
above
into
it.
it, but
Okay.
also building a little bit above it.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. And I guess the other question that I have is, so the criticism for, post Katrina building rush that happened, I understand that, right? It's characteristically not New Orleans, right? It became a playground for, high concept kind of architecture to come in and pretend that it's helping. But you're building in the parking lot of a Six Flags, somewhat outside of the French Quarter. So you're not really, you don't necessarily need to inherit the kind of the characters of the city, right? Can this be a place to experiment with alternative building forms, right? That still carry with them some of the characteristics of New Orleans, but potentially inject something new into both the form as well as how these kind of houses could function.
Right. So those three the school and the civic building that I pointed out, I think are the opportunities to explore such crazy formals if so need be. I do think that they should be designed in such a way where, plus 12 feet, they can still operate and serve as that. But, I think this plan can service some of that. And I pointed out 2 spots that I think could, but that really wasn't the focus that I was having. And I think the typologies in New Orleans, while, they can be elaborated on, but I think the bare bones basics of them, right? Large porches, the narrow lots. I think those, when you start exploring those formal characteristics, those should still stick pretty true because they're, not only formally but functionally relevant in the area.
And can you also talk a little bit about the choice in relationship to the density that you're imagining? How many units, how many inhabitants are you expecting?
Yeah, so I
out there?
have, I think some numbers here, 144 shotgun houses.
And is that comparable to downtown New Orleans or the surrounding?
Comparing to the surrounding, it's twice the density of the suburbs.
Okay.
So that's about 20 units per acre. The suburbs are averaging around 10 units per acre.
Mm-hmm. So my question.
So, okay, I have a. So, I mean, look, obviously New Orleans, like it's got really huge issues facing it. Not only dealing with the infrastructure, the rising sea levels, the kind of institutional, let's say the social problems, social institutional problems that have been harmful to certain communities there. And this is like clearly, so I think like this is a very opportunistic kind of maybe proposal because it's addressing, I mean, this is a singular thing that's going to happen on a singular site with a very fixed, like, you're going to get a certain fixed number of homes here, right? So, I mean, I guess that's my first question is sort of, when you're talking about all of these issues and the research that you've done, do you see this as a model of future development, or it seems to me that it is very kind of fixed and contained because it is like saying, okay, I'm going to put this on this site, which I think like it's kind of, if I was a developer coming in, I'd say, oh, that's let the site's there. Like, sure, why not tackle that? But I'm just wondering, as a thesis, if it's if it's really proposing a solution or a model that can be replicated or that can inform better development in the future for other sites around here, because and then I'm kind of bothered by the sort of the thing that jumps out here is just like the grid and the cars. Like it's a lot of streets and it just seems like it's not, given the fact that you're starting completely from scratch, are we importing some things that are outmoded that we might want to rethink, right? Because a lot of new communities that we're looking at now, we're trying to think about how can they be more walkable, more pedestrian friendly. This seems like it's really prioritizing cars.
Right.
Sorry, not.
Thanks for that question.
I'm and then just the final thing is going to this idea of the typologies, because I'm not sure that there are typologies that really work in this kind of a plan. And I don't think, talking about the kinds of buildings that came in post Katrina, completely agree. That was because, like you said, that became a playground for people to kind of, do something for themselves and not really for the residents. There was no community input into those things. And they were really badly made. So they weren't really servicing the community. But I think there are ways to come up with typologies that are modern and fresh, that still, if you go back to the foundations of how these vernacular designs were formed, right, or how they evolved, right? It was responses to climate and responses to local building materials and responses to how people lived. And I think you could take the things like the porches, take the things like breezeways, take things that I would love to see pushing houses that can be like passively heated and cooled, right? that are having, but in a modern way, right? So I think it's a little bit of you know, it's a little bit of a crutch to just say, well, we're going to take these sort of familiar typologies, but we're replicating things that really like belong in the French Quarter. I think this you should really think about this having its own identity. And I don't think it's about making something, like you said, fancy, formal explorations. I think in a way it's like sort of paring back and getting back to what is it about those iconic typologies that made them work? And can we take those things and put them into something that can be, still feel very fresh and modern for living today.
I think the one thing is the continuous porches that you see in a lot of the commercial areas of downtown. That's really useful as it provides shade from not only sun but rain, which is very common in that area. So that's a form that I think you can apply in a more modern way if you want to, but basics of it, that works. To address the walkability, there is a mid-block pedestrian path that snakes all along the middle right there to help connect the area so people can walk along the neighborhoods and the swales from end to end.
Well, tell me, so locating the school at
Right
the
here?
far end, like, can anyone, like, I don't know, I'm sort of thinking about like in a lot of the new plans that we're seeing today, it's more about like sort of neighborhoods and areas that have everything you need in that zone so that you can walk to it. So there might be, yes, there might be a very large, supermarket with a parking lot somewhere, but within a sort of a walkable zone, trying to have a lot of the little, smaller things that you need that you can get to by walking. And I just feel like this is sort of like this is all houses, right? And then sort of commercial in the middle. So you're forced to get in your car and drive to go get like a quart of milk. Or is that
these blocks are 500 feet wide and it's 32 acres long. Everything is within a 5-minute walk. So if you're here, it's not a terrible lift to walk up right into here. So
okay.
Add something to that, because I think you're trying to justify it, but it just doesn't make sense, right? As a ring of 4 lanes of roads for such a small kind of community, it just doesn't make sense, right? I mean, your highway that's passing by the development is 4 lanes.
those are meant to be parking lanes, right? So 1 lane of driving and 1 lane of street parking.
Still,
Okay.
that's way too many cars for this community.
Okay.
And also the way you've laid it out, you've encircled the entire community with this 4-lane parking / road, whatever, which is really disrupting your access to these fantastic green spaces that you're creating, right? I mean, right now in a lot of cities, we have the kind of the leftover kind of industrial infrastructural development, which is these rail tracks or highways that separated kind of the people's access to waterfronts and river fronts and everything like that. And we're rethinking that. It seems like you're replicating that here, right? It's just kind of being mindful of it, right? It's not like we're not trying to kind of intentionally pick holes where we're kind of picking at something that doesn't look right, right? So I think if you take this project forward, and I suggest that you do, rethinking your relationship to car, how much space you're giving to the car, how much space you're giving to the pedestrian, all that stuff matters, right?
Mm-hmm.
Hi. Yeah, I'm struggling with how to react to this project. I think it's 2 things. One, I do have the same question about like what the thesis of this project is. If it's just a kind of development in a brownfield site, that's one thing. But if it's that, I mean, I think there's a fundamental misunderstanding of how developments like this work. 500 houses can't support 100,000 square foot of retail and a school. You have to connect this to the rest of the city. A development of this density, a mixed use development like this needs to be surrounded by a lot more density in order to work as a development. If you're coming at this from a developer perspective, So I think that's what maybe we're all struggling with is this feels like it's just been plopped down in this giant field, and it really has no relationship to the rest of the city, which I think you are criticizing the make it right stuff. And I think that was, one of the things that struggled with as well was the location of it and the fact that it wasn't connected to any other part of the community. So I think that's something to think about is, how do you connect this project to the rest of the city? I think it's really important here.
I liked your analysis at the beginning when you talked about water and you talked about cities' responses to that. And you showed that the Netherlands were a very money intensive engineered approach and showed, was it Thailand or
Vietnam.
Vietnam? Apologies for my lack of understanding of Southeast Asian geography. The individual approach to resilience, it may be more appropriate for New Orleans. The city is, I'm sure, struggling with the infrastructure they have, so they're not positioned to really build more. So I don't know if this canal system is sustainable over time. I like how you picked this site of this parking lot, which nobody else is using. You're not displacing anybody, and you identified that it is already on high ground. But I don't think you need to keep it. I think that it over time that concrete is going to degrade and your whole foundation is shot. So I would suggest that you've picked a good location, but you need to bust it up. You need to really change it. You don't need to take what you were given. Think about, you talked about sponge city, and this doesn't look like a sponge at all. I want to see that concrete have holes in it everywhere. And maybe the rubble becomes the basis of your new pile foundation.
The swells themselves were designed to be that hole within the parking pad. Yes.
Well, you still, everything underneath there is that concrete parking lot.
Within the swells, no. The swells themselves will puncture through the parking pad below to the soil.
Good.
And then.
So when we
channel
look
out.
at the site plan, I want to see that. I want to see water, and I want to see green, and I want to see percolation. And I think the graphics are really difficult for us to get past, that we see so much asphalt and so many parking lines.
Right.
So I like taking your typology of New Orleans, because that probably works in that climate. The shotgun houses were designed so you can open all the doors and let the, not the shooting, but the breeze go through. The porches are important. I think I'm reacting to the wholesale dropping down of the French Quarter cast iron structures. We want to see something new because this is a new development, but the typology that you picked is appropriate, and I like that.
Austin, I agree with all of the jurors' points on this, and I just want to throw out maybe a takeaway lesson that's from a little different perspective. As a practice of architecture, urban design, planning, we work like incrementally and together as people working in urban environments and in semi-urban environments and rural environments. We're all working off of each other's work, learning from each other, and building and building and building. There has been a tremendous amount of work on this topic. I have experienced a lot of it. I lived in Mississippi and Louisiana after Hurricane Katrina. I know from my time there doing some of the rebuilding work that there was a lot going on. I think it's a little bit of I think people use the make it right thing kind of as a crutch to kind of point at architecture that had some failures, and it did, but it was like 24 houses or something. I mean, it was such a small amount of work that was happening in the greater scheme of post-Katrina reconstruction that I think it's kind of unfair in a way to say, well, because of that, then we're going to do this. And so I have some pretty real kind of issues with this proposal. But I think the main lesson is, do the research that you need to do. There's a lot out there on this. There's a lot that could have been built on and that would have made your work a little bit easier, probably, that you could have drawn from. Even just, we were talking about roadway design, the radiuses, of the corners. Just, there's information out there for you on that. There's information about understanding the vernacular of the shotgun house and the porch systems. And so when you go forward, call that up, take advantage of it because it's out there for you and it'll support your work going forward.
Thank you. No problem.
It's Michelle just nudged me to say something because I've done work on reconstruction and resiliency after disasters and stuff. And one of the things that is interesting to contemplate, is how communities respond. And historically, prior to modernism in the 20th century, what's interesting is that most of the places that rebuilt, they had ideas about what would make things better after fires and earthquakes and floods and things like that. And they almost always updated the architecture in terms of whatever the current style of the day was. So for example, Lisbon got rebuilt as a Baroque city, even though it was, wiped out. It was very much an Arab, plan, or at least had aspects of that in the center of it stuff. And in the 20th century, it's sort of interesting to note what happened, because a lot of things with the rise of modern architecture, there became a very self-conscious choice about whether or not modernism represented progressive views of things, or whether people wanted to not build the current flavor of the day, which was 1920s, 30s modernism, particularly after World War II. It's interesting to note that in places in France which are lesser known, they made a very conscious effort not to rebuild in Corbusian modernism, because they felt that it didn't have the kind of sense of character and sense of place that their towns were all about. Like for example, in the Loire Valley and in Orléans and Tours and places like that. And New Orleans was an interesting case in point, where so much of what was wiped out was simple, meat and potatoes kind of vernacular architecture at Katrina. And the project that came in that was very futuristic looking, even though it wasn't a big project, had some failures, I think largely because it didn't recognize some of the social value that was invested in some of the houses that were built in earlier periods and things, even though, they had to make them higher off the ground and they had to make certain changes of them, which were necessary because of the flooding requirements and things like that. This is always a question, I think, when you have a moment of disruption there. What do we do now? Do we put things back like Warsaw, where they put it back literally the way it was, because that was socially what they wanted to do to the Germans, and say, screw you, we're still here and you can't wipe us out. Whereas in other places, they were much more trying to blend a kind of progressive view with also capturing aspects of what they were like previously. And that story hasn't been written in a lot of places, but there were some really interesting things done. Like I can think of like Rouen, France on the coast, which was pretty much wiped out by Allied bombing, and actually got put back as a kind of very nice piece of modernism, but also a beach waterfront kind of modernism that had big loggias and walkways and things. There's the kind of stuff you would find at a seaside resort. And I think these are important questions to grapple with, aside from the water questions and the questions of public environment and stuff like that. I do think there are always these questions of culture and architecture, and particularly after catastrophes, what do we embrace? What reminds us of what was there in a good way? And what do we take forward from that? I remember years ago, there was a famous competition for low-cost housing, and the winners did a shotgun house in this community. Do you know this competition?
No.
And it was they were selected by a very fancy jury. It was vernacular. It was thought to be of the place, but the local residents went berserk. They said, "We're not living in that stuff. This is what the folks who were poor, and many of them were slaves and things like that, came from. We want stuff exactly like what everybody else in the middle class has choice to have, you know. And so these kinds of moments in time, these inflection points of catastrophes are very, very revealing in terms of what they say about the societies that come out of that and the values that get pursued. And it's not a very necessarily a very specific criticism of your project, but I do think that as we move further into these kinds of events, which seem to be happening more often, right? How do we rebuild, and what do we rebuild, and what are the things we retain versus what are the things we keep moving forward with, are going to be really essential and more often questions for architects and communities to face.
I think you had some really good feedback from the jurors.
I agree.
And I want to pick up on this idea that Matt also mentioned of the I think you mentioned of the vernacular as intrinsically adaptive. So I can tell that you look beyond the French Quarter, because French Quarter, as you know, is a tiny piece, and there's many historic, beautiful historic neighborhoods with very varied typologies. But I think one of the places to this idea of the vernacular as intrinsically adapting, I think has to come into the present and also the future. And so if that can happen in a kind of organic way, you could get some really interesting architecture. So for example, if you were to, and you're from New Orleans, so if you were to go into an historic neighborhood, right, that maybe is not frozen by preservation regulations, and started to look at how people are adapting their houses, that would give you a lot of insight. Because I have to say, shotgun houses, there's an awful lot of them that are only good for Airbnbs. You know, they're not very flexible, you know. So I think it's important not to be, you know, I mean, to yes, be mindful of the character and the memory and its meaning to inhabitants, but not to romanticize it so much that you're not seeing those possibilities for creative evolution.
When Austin and I were matched last August, the project appealed to me for two reasons. First of all, one of my rules of success for people in Thesis is to pick a place that nobody knows that much about. And secondly, I'm connected to New Orleans because my wife was born and grew up there. And we visit frequently. And in fact, we had visited in January, and I brought a number of images back of the site because Austin wasn't able to go to the site. The overwhelming support or lack of support for the project is interesting. The reaction that we're looking at is precisely what is ruining the landscape in Louisiana. There is just, first of all, there is no retail anywhere. So except on the main drag, Route 50, I think it is, which goes into New Orleans, which is a couple of miles south. These neighborhoods are not planned communities at all. They're really default, precisely hack rebuilt. And sometimes they have some order to them, and sometimes there are civic uses sprinkled around in them, but mostly they're like this sort of thing, which is very diverse, by the way, and so may meet the aspirations that some of you suggested should be met by the project. But I think he is not proposing a kind of Cajun Poundbury here. He really wants to use types that exist. And these are perfectly good housing types. The block sizes are reasonable. The excess of paving may be an issue. On the other hand, if you look at the cross sections where and this is a significant part of his thesis, that the civil construction, instead of putting the stormwater or trying to put it into pipes, which you can't do anymore, he wanted to make it part of the environment so that the street sections are really where he concentrated. And they can be made by buildings like this or others. I would point out that the housing types he's shown represent a variety of accommodation that doesn't exist in contemporary housing. It just doesn't. And so to find them as rich as they are and so climatically sensible, a skinny plan lets air all around the building. And the street fronts always have some enclosed outdoor space facing the street. It seems to me there are a number of aspects of this scheme which could constitute a very positive environment and a very strong contrast with the way the developers are allowed to conceive of the future there. So I commend Austin for his tenacity in doing this, and working very hard to make an environment which can survive even a Katrina. At the same moment, bringing some aspects of the regional architectural traditions to bear in this location. And I think it was an interesting project, and I'm delighted to have been involved in it. Thank you, Austin.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to swing to our final presentation of the afternoon.
Break a leg, Ben.
So can everybody hear me good? Yeah, all right, let's hopefully it stays that way. So hey everyone, my name is Ben Ripley, and I'm happy to be presenting to you today my thesis entitled Symbiosis, Recalibrating Design Thinking for the Urban Environment. And before we jump right in, I just gotta say, I'm really excited to be here and thankful for all you guys for coming and showing up. And most of all, thank you to my committee, my family advisors and, friends who have all helped me so much along the way to get here and finally be staring at this, which is just surreal for me at this point. But it's been a long day for everybody, so hopefully I can end strong, and I'm just going to jump right into it. So I wanted to start with the question of what makes a building good, and what does it need to accomplish? How does it operate? And most importantly, what does that mean for the way it's designed? We often want buildings to be, functional, they're efficient, aesthetically pleasing, and sustainability obviously more recently has become a priority. But we look back at some of our architectural heroes. How do they compare? So take the Villa Savoy. Is this a good building? I think it depends on who you ask. But it's certainly iconic and as a key part of the modernist movement significantly shaped the way we design and build today. But also here it was just under 30 years later, in complete ruin and slotted to be demolished. And it was actually only saved because a group of architects, including Le Corbusier himself, advocated for its restoration instead. but largely on its status as an icon and not actually as a functional building. On the other hand, we have the Pantheon, which has stayed relatively standing since 110 AD. And, of course, materiality and scale have played a role in this, but I would argue that its ability to receive different uses, functionally adapting and changing over time, has been equally as important in its ability to endure. So, and not to mention some physical adaptation where they literally ripped columns off other buildings to build this portico. So, and then what about this one? Is this one good? Or more accurately, was it good? The capsule tower was meant to be this sort of model, future model of city living that envisioned homes as these replaceable capsules. But now, just 50 years later, about 150 years short of its anticipated lifespan, it's being demolished. So in spite of all of this innovation, the capsule tower falls right into line, nearly matching the average lifespan of a conventional modern building. I believe in theory they were on the right track, recognizing that the rigidity and inflexibility of modern building today is a problem and one that's inconsistent with the reality of its timeline. But in practice, it fell short simply because the focus was so narrow that it actually ended up getting outpaced by other demands and changes in the city that it wasn't well equipped to respond to. And that's something that happens a lot in architecture. We design buildings to be generally perfect for a particular function or set of functions at a moment in time. But the reality is that those factors and demands that we use to make those design decisions are changing constantly. And basically create a building that immediately loses some of its utility the moment after it's completed and kind of goes down from there. And so this reality, I would argue, necessitates that architecture be designed with the ability to change as the conditions do so that it can operate at higher levels of utility for a much longer time. So that's something that nature does really well in terms of adaptation, and we can certainly learn from. So there's just a continuous feedback loop of adaptation going on with natural organisms, where they're constantly learning from their environment and adapting, become better suited for survival. These adaptations lead to new behaviors, and in some of the most successful cases, they look like this: a new symbiotic relationship between two organisms, where they just work together for a mutual benefit. In this case is the goby and the pistol shrimp. The pistol shrimp is sort of a natural burrower, sort of makes a home for both organisms, and then the goby is a lookout, basically, keeping an eye out for predators and alerting the shrimp when they need to hide, and they're able to both go into the shelter. So I recognize that we're not as concerned about like sharks coming by, but we do have to worry a little bit about our own impact, and because we exist within a closed system or closed biosphere. And any choice that we make will, eventually either positively or negatively affect someone somewhere at some time. And as architects, planners, and developers, we bear a responsibility for our actions on a scale unlike any other profession, where the impacts of our decisions are extending out for generations and generations. Simply put, we need to behave in a way that recognizes this dependence and figure out how we can live symbiotically within it. So in the past, architecture was designed kind of fundamentally separating us from nature. But more recently, we've definitely embraced sort of this applied greenery or bringing nature back into our architecture. However, I believe we can have a future with truly sustainable and dynamic architecture that can respond and live uniquely. But in order to do so, we need to embrace the integration of nature, not only from a material or physical perspective, but from its behaviors and learning from what it does over time. So this is sort of, I would say, more crucial now than ever, because our current practices have led us to a built environment that's responsible for roughly 47% of all carbon emissions in the world today. But we definitely can't just stop building. Several studies indicate that we're expected to need to double our global building area by the year 2060. And most of this development is happening in dense urban areas. So our biggest cities are continuing to grow. Even after COVID, nearly 60% of the population is still projected to live in cities by 2060. And called out here on the map are 17 of those 17 largest cities by that time. And out of those 17, 12 of them are located on coastline. And so kind of leaving us at the uncomfortable conclusion that while the major cities are building and trying to grow a lot more, they'll be losing millions of square footage in buildable area. And that's putting a ton of communities at risk. So in order to respond, we need architecture with a new DNA that's inherently sustainable and can embrace this symbiotic role that I've talked about within our environment over a long period of time. And the way that we do that is through a system that allows architecture to interact with and respond to whatever environmental, social, or physical demands that arise. So this potential new DNA for architecture can embrace all the things that I talked about before, about efficiency, functionality, and sustainability, but push them even further to a new vision of what architecture could be. Not only as just sustainable, but as a facilitator of ecosystem growth. Not only just functional, but hyper flexible and adaptable to a wide range of uses. And finally, not just isolated, but geared towards providing social enrichment and connectivity throughout the city. So what does it actually look like? Well, we have to take a little road trip up to New York to find out, specifically Midtown Manhattan, to the site that I selected for this exploration. Now, I picked this location for a few reasons, but one key one to note is population density at about 73,000 people per square mile. It actually is very similar to many of the other cities that I looked at, sort of that are going to continue to grow, making it an ideal test bed to see how this plays out. So I also wanted to find a site that was in danger of flooding in the near future, which unsurprisingly was not very hard, but there's a lot of them. I ended up choosing this roughly 6.5 acre plot of land that's been vacant since 2008 when the Condescend power station that used to be here was demolished. So it sits just a block south of 42nd Street and is bordered by First Avenue on one side and then sort of FDR on the other. And then there's the East River down here. And there's a little park and then the UN building up to the north. And just to get everybody oriented from kind of here on out, all my plans are oriented in this direction, with north being sort of top right. And we're looking across the water here at kind of an elevation of what the site would be. So it's a pretty diverse area programmatically, sort of surrounded by a lot of mixed use residential towers. And there's really also just a lot of harsh edges around the site, due in part to the fact that it's wrapped by FDR on two sides, but also these sort of fortress-like buildings that sort of box it all in. There's an esplanade that comes up off of Page South here, but is really also cut off by FDR Drive. And then, finally you can see in the top right, at just 2 degrees Celsius, the whole site would be covered in water, and we're projected to hit 2.7 global warming by 2050, which is, only 27 years away. So it's a combination of those site factors and the values, the new DNA values that I talked about, that led me to design this, which is a high density vertical community that incorporates system thinking to make it highly flexible and responsive. So at this point, it really becomes about getting into what it means for architecture to be an organism and the dynamic systems that enable the building to have that life on the site. So first, there's the skin, or the sort of regenerative massing idea that is comprised of sort of this shifting mosaic of panels, which can be easily moved and swapped around. Then we have the brain, which is really all these mechanical and digital systems that facilitate the change and growth and over time. And then there's the bones, including the primary vertical mobility cores, and then sort of a superstructure that goes out from there. And then finally, there's the heart, or the green network, which is really just this intense combination of open, green, and community-oriented spaces that sort of knit everything in the community together. So zooming in at this sort of conceptual section, it's all these systems that work together and kind of aggregate along these vertical mobility cores to form smaller vertical neighborhood clusters within the overall construct. And so it's primarily these two strategies: the green network on the macro scale, and then on a small scale or smaller mid scale, the neighborhood cluster that serves as the sort of overall organizational framework for the system that then brings the building to this site. And the green network became really key because its durability and sort of strength on that macro level that allows for some of the more deliberate site-oriented interventions. So it doesn't just become a system that's anywhere. For example, the existing East River Esplanade is able to be looped up and in through the heart of the building and connected all the way over to 42nd, providing a positive pedestrian connection that was lacking, just sort of dead-ended before. Also buried FDR drive underground, which it was going to flood soon anyway, so why not? And sort of let the river flow into the site, which it was also going to do soon. So instead of building a seawall and taking this really combative and what's frankly like an unsustainable approach to flooding response, sort of establish a new soft edge about halfway through the site. And what that does is you can sort of then take advantage of that water being there and bring in barges and bring in other things off of the water, which is really an efficient way of shipping. And that would bring in a lot of the, things the building needs to continue to function and building components and all those things that, it would need over its life. So there's sort of some elevated, called habitat piers, elevated platforms here in the center, which then are also sort of down here in this section. That would be lifted up to preserve some of the existing or sort of natural habitat that would be on the site and would have gotten demolished or destroyed when it floods. And then it's really these balconies and the entirety of the green network and sort of these different areas that then pulls that ecosystem into the vertical sort of third dimension. Really then integrating that into the building as, part of its core DNA, and providing, all the things that we know nature does of cleaner and cooler air, filtering noise pollution, providing sort of good shading, dynamic shading, and just overall improving mental and physical health of the inhabitants. So then we sort of step in, cutting it at the 10th floor. You see the green promenade level, where this sort of cuts all the way through the building, utilizing the living systems in combination with some sort of dynamic kinetic pavilions to activate some of these main sort of public spaces and provide a ton of new opportunities for social interaction. Then if we step inside, we just see some of the ways that this space could be used with a small little pollinator habitat chunk there in the foreground, and then the kinetic pavilion framing around this view. And if you sort of look further to the back, it's small, but there's, maybe a cafe back there, or some other live workspaces that could, I anticipate would naturally aggregate along this more public area, but, like, who knows? So, but if we zoom in to those spaces, I've talked about sort of a panel system, but how does it actually work? So their construction is all accomplished just through a simple system that utilizes a standardized panel that can be, almost endlessly reconfigured. Each panel is made out of a few layers of CLT or cross-laminated timber with about 4.5 inches of graphite XPS, which is a fairly high-performing insulation, but the key thing is that it maintains its R value really well over time, so it could be used for longer. And then on the exterior, chose a timber cladding, which were allowed to sort of age gracefully, and older panels sort of take on a patina and create, again, this mosaic that goes over the facade. So sort of carve or CNC in the production process 3 channels out of each panel to make space for the simple steel plate connection that allows for each of these 3 configurations, which really create all of the spaces that you're going to need of inside, outside, and corner and straight run. And then sort of there's a slight offset in the bolt locations for the corners versus straight run to keep it on a regular 12-foot grid, accounting for the panel thickness within the lot space. So, that's really it. It's a simple system, but one that's really flexible and allows the individual or whatever family unit to make a life for themselves within the community. It's these right here, just a small sample size of some sketches that I put together, but, showing some potential unit configurations. But I think, this list could go on and on and on and on. I'd be really excited to see what would happen with that. That would be super fun, I think. But for the system, all the building components, including, any wall, floor, and roof panels, as well as, I didn't really talk about them, but some interior partitions and kitchen and bath modules that would come in, would be assembled off-site in a nearby facility, and then brought up the East River to the new sort of dock area. Each component, sort of as it leaves, could be digitally tagged and tracked by the digital systems of the community, which would sort of help monitor those things, but then also automate delivery within the building, as well as keep residents' needs sort of anticipated. Each vertical core is equipped with a 10x15 hoist that would facilitate the movement of these pieces. And then if you look here, in the corridor, there's a suspended rail system that would then continue the path of those things through and brought to whatever unit or space they would be ending up at. So then depending on the application, panels or other components would either be hung from or rest on one of these alternating structural levels, which are CLT slabs supported by just a steel post and beam system with bolted connections so that they could sort of be assembled and disassembled as needed. So within each of these structural bays, there are two three-dimensional lots, each 42 by 36 by 12, or 18,000 cubic feet stacked one on top of each other, that essentially are like a segmented version of air rights and that are available for private ownership. So that's how you would buy into like your home. You would come in and you'd buy one of these lots. So within that envelope, residents basically have free reign to do whatever they would want. But there would be certain incentives and things that we would, start to establish to encourage certain behaviors. For example, maybe some financial compensation for maintaining like 20% of their volume as green space, so that we would want them, because we want them to do that, but ultimately it is your space and you can do what you choose. They would also be able to sell back portions of their lot to the community or sell back building components if they want to downsize. So again, from an ownership standpoint, it should be very flexible as well. There would be sort of an augmented reality digital interface that would enable residents to visualize potential new arrangements of their spaces, as well as a virtual sort of visioning workshop and center that would be down in the base, is over there on that axon. So the rest of the construct would be sort of managed in sort of a hybrid community land trust and mutual housing model, which would give the community a voice and ability to help manage the direction of the construct, but also allow certain regulations, again, over the maybe percentage of affordable housing or the ratio of green spaces and community-oriented spaces to other types of program, keep those somewhat controlled as it continues to grow. Because it's really key that there's some level of regulation in place. It doesn't just become free-for-all to keep sort of the established values preserved. So, can't walk away. Just want to go real quick, just run through a couple things on the boards. Just get, again, urban oriented here. There's a few of the mechanical systems that sort of be aggregated into these three primary levels that were established as it grew, sort of when it gets to that point. This series down here along the bottom is just a series showing a potential sort of path of growth. And it's key to note that we're here. There's, maybe more that this goes to do, but we're sort of taking this as a snapshot, as a moment in time, and that's, it's printed on paper. I can't make it move. So then over here, what I sort of briefly mentioned before of an immersive visualization workshop, where some of the VR, spaces would be, we come and visualize with the change you wanted, maybe as a shelf or with a community, and there'd be some people there to like help you with that if you wanted. And then you see a couple legs of the green network here, as this axon is just of neighborhood C, with a community center here that's actually like 16 lots aggregated together, which is one of those things that sort of an association could, push forward as it grows. And then just running across the top, view of a potential vertical farm and market cluster. This is a view called out on the lower plan over there. It's probably small, but as view number 3, that's showing sort of this community center from the backside. And then here is just a view of those habitat piers called out here. And here is the view again in the pavilions, sort of in the green network space. And then that brings us back to this guy, which I want to talk about and basically end my talk on. Because I think it sort of best explains or captures what I'm trying to do with this project. It's all about encouraging us to expand our thinking about what architecture could be moving forward. So, in order to truly develop sustainable architecture, I do believe we need to deal with more than just the building, with the idea of the manufacturing process, the environmental impact and potential contribution, long-term systems optimization, and adaptability at the full lifespan of the building. Because each piece of architecture, each system has a lifespan that it needs to be designed for. But if we can start to embrace some of these ideas actually in practice, I'm real hopeful for where architecture can go next. But I think that's probably enough from me. Thank you all for listening, and I'll now open it up for comments.
Ben, very strong work. I appreciate and enjoy the fact that you came up with a concept, because that's kind of one of the fun, freeing parts of Thesis is like, no one really cares about what you start with. Like, it's just an idea, your idea. You developed that. You showed us your process for developing that. So you carried us along that track. You developed something understandable, that we can discuss and think about, and that furthers the discourse of architecture. And then you represented it in a way that we can understand, read, think about, and like have further discussion. So all of those things are great because we kind of got to that step, which is, I think, the fun part. So my only kind of feedback, is relatively minute, because you've done a lot. You've also thought about the process of making a building, and I was kind of scanning, and I was like, oh, you know what would be cool? Would be to think about the joint and how that actual, like, the joinery works. And then I like got over there and I was like, he did that. So that's really good. I have, I guess, two small things. One is, tell me what's happening with the interstitial space, and what does that generate for you, specifically the kind of horizontal thin spaces that are generated by the upper, like the kind of upper orientation and lower orientation of the lot. This interstitial space here.
Yeah. So that's where some of the mechanical functions would be located. So you can see up here, it's sort of routed through the corridors on that level, and then would branch out and come in there. And that sort of, it was tough working with like a standardized panel, because it's tough to like interrupt it and do all those things in a modular system. And so there's sort of this area that's like a mechanical bulkhead of sorts that you could sort of feed stuff in into and just drop it down to, feed the different systems.
I would just say, if you were to really kind of forward this a little further, I mean, I agree in some locations, interstitial spaces are important. Having space for systems is important. I think you have a lot of it here, which generates an interesting form. But if you really wanted to kind of tune this up all the way, I think determining where that needs to happen, or if it is actually that critical to the architecture, would be, a place to improve this a little bit. It's just, you can do a lot and have a lot of the dynamism, I think, without having as much kind of duplicative construction system. So that's just like it's a small thing though. Yeah. And then the other thing I just was like, I thought would be fun to think about would be this building on a completely different site. Yeah. Because I think, New York and the East River, it's a topic that a lot of people have thought about, and what these buildings like. It's a place for experimentation, from, in the academic world. It's a place for experimentation in the, built environment. But you have something that's kind of adaptive inherently. Mm-hmm. And there's a lot of places that have a lot more, I think, needs for migration, a lot more change happening. Mm-hmm. And I kind of wonder, I just think it'd be a fun study to plop this into a rapidly developing suburban environment and see what that meant for that place. I mean, and I only say that again because we've already kind of crossed the thresholds of being able to understand your concept and take this further. But how could this be inserted into a place that is seeing a lot of change? And the reason I say that is, New York, you would build this and it would be fully occupied immediately because the housing need is there. But are there other places where adaptation is actually critical to the growth, survival, and then maybe kind of slow shrinkage of that community to be able to adapt and move things around? So just again, something fun to think about, but great work.
Thank you.
Yeah. Great, really a lot of material there. I like your thinking. I like the way you approached it. It's it's really fun. I don't know if I'm looking at the structure, and that's a framework that gives you this flexibility to adapt this idea, as Omar was saying. Is it if we talk about resilience, you've raised your building, you're allowing the water to move in. Are there other things, like say there's a storm surge? Is your building able to take on more water? We've gotten us to a point, you've done a lot, so we're going to pile on more things.
No, it's a good question, and one that I thought about a little bit. But I think could use some more development potentially. Because I incorporated these sort of larger chunks at the base of the building, and again, limited stuff of what I was going to cover in the presentation, but those are sort of like more conventionally built like mass timber structures that would sort of ground the building and be just big open flex spaces. So sort of as much as columnless as possible and just sort of nice and open. So a bunch of different uses could come in. But say for example, if those weren't there and the sort of modules came all the way down to the ground, with potential sea level rise or those sort of things, they could retreat and sort of filter back up, and you could sort of take half the panels and move them up, and the core could grow a little bit, and you sort of do that. So be able to respond. I tried to show that a little bit, down here, and having some of these be closer and near to the water. But I did plan a little bit for at least the anticipated levels of water. And so the podium sits slightly above those, but storm surges, anything like that, you would definitely, we could have to deal with more.
And one more comment on this incremental approach. It's a very small, fine grained, and Omar said that, maybe there are larger, that it's not so tiny that, and I see that in your community space, you're suggesting that there could be a quadruple height space or to allow for different functions like the basketball court or.
Absolutely. Oh yeah, there is one. Where is it? Oh man. Where's my, okay. So in my massing, there's a big like sort of rec volume. There's basketball courts on the ground level, but I brought in sort of a open volume that's sort of this. Did I really not have a bigger? It's here. Okay, well that's another thing. That would sort of have those spaces for play and all those things. But yeah.
Nice project.
Thanks.
Yeah, so this is great to see the final thing. And it's really interesting because this is from some of the things that we talked about before, and knew some directions you're going. I think I remember asking you like, well, you don't really need a site for that, do you? Like, why this site? Why in New York City? It is a site that I could actually see this, right? Because it is such a crazy. But are you really connecting your sky bridge to American Copper over there?
I did, yeah. I mean, so there's actually this really interesting thing, and where the sky bridge for that building and then the sky bridge for the building just across First Avenue are actually at the same level, which informed where this sky bridge level for my building came from. And so, yeah, it's sort of setting up, planning for the future for like where it could go.
Because, so what I find really, really cool about this is it's almost like you're, in a way, it's like you're creating more city blocks, but you're putting them in Midtown Manhattan, right? Or, sort of but not Manhattan, but it's like, I could almost see this being, like almost a government or a kind of municipal infrastructure that we're just we need more space. We're gonna build these decks, and then you could almost see that getting zoned, right? So because I in a way, one of the things we're grappling with right now with affordable housing and not being able to build it fast enough, and then at the same time we've got the commercial office building market and completely underground underwater which is one I was going to say something not quite good something else but and those buildings, because of the depth of the floor plates, don't lend themselves easily to conversion, because everyone's like, why can't we convert office to resi? It just isn't that easy, right? And so I love the idea that we could just kind of create this infrastructure, and that it could be mixed use. It doesn't have to be all residential either, right? It could shift over time depending on needs, and also with everyone like kind of working from home, there could be there could almost be places where you know, maybe go downstairs and have more of that kind of community workspace kind of things, meeting rooms you can book, you know, things like that, places to hold conferences, do different things where you need to meet with people, and then you can be back upstairs working in your kitchen. So I think from a kind of I mean, it's obviously it's like way out there, right? But if we're gonna fantasize, why not? But I think at the same time, you've like created, you know, it's not complete fantasy because you're really thinking about how you could do this. I could see this, you know, I could see this in a very futuristic time. You'll never bury the FDR, but to your point with the water rising, we actually proposed in some of early iteration stuff down at the seaport and the East River waterfront esplanade, like, well, what if we just decked this over and created a higher level, and think of all the real estate opportunity that creates, pay for the whole project, right? So I can almost see a world where, you know, we're dealing with, you know, if you've seen some of the proposals for the resiliency projects around, you know, they're talking about like building a bathtub wall all around the East River waterfront. So there may be a world where, you know, where we are up 2 or 3 stories and stuff that's, you know, so we almost might have a new, you know, grade level. And then I could see like just decking over the FDR and having a whole new thing that goes up over there. But yeah, really, just really a lot to think about, and just like so kind of carefully, you know, thought out every aspect. I do have one question though. How do you deal with plumbing? Like you're moving things around and adding walls, and do you have like sort of fixed wet cores? This is like
So yeah, good question. So in
sorry.
Oh, did he? Want to say something? No? Okay.
Sorry. Well, we can move on.
Come on, man.
I simply agreed with the question that Corey asked, which was, what do you do about plumbing? Tell us.
Yeah, okay. I will do my best. So a little bit of it stems from this diagram that I talked about, but also I think we're talking a lot about mechanical, which is cool. This here, and where these sort of mechanical areas would be more stable and the panels would be coming in and out below. And so, you know, you potentially have connections that you just that stay stable, that you just go up to. It's also part of why, you know, at no point does that extend all the way out, is that there'd sort of be a limit for how far out like the mechanical systems would go. And then also just be sort of your interior space. But also it's small, right? Here's bigger. In next to each of the cores is sort of just space for running mechanical vertically. And drawn in here shows a little bit of where basically we developed this idea for like flexible bladders as water towers, because as the building continues to grow in New York, you sort of have those water towers that normally just sit on top. But then what do you do when you then get another level and, you know, have to get water there? And so, you know, those would be things that could be sort of, you know, drained and then brought up, you know, to the next level as it grows, and then, you know, refilled or used. So hopefully that answers some of that question.
Thank you for your presentation. I'll echo the other critics' comments about, you know, the clear passion that you have for this project, and all the effort that you've put into it. It's clear to see that you've thought about just about everything you can think about with this project. You know, Corey mentioned 2 things that I think would be interesting to think about. You know, there has been a lot of talk recently about office to residential conversions and the need to, you know, because people are working from home more now, all of our office buildings are empty, and being able to convert that space to residential, I think at the building scale, I think is an important thing to think about when we think about things like interior design and how we design our office buildings in the future or our residential buildings in the future, being able to convert those without necessarily changing the entire building, I think is something that I think you could think about with this project.
Yeah.
And related to that is the scale of the project. You're really building a vertical city here. Maybe more appropriately, a three-dimensional city. And I wonder if it's better to really scale it up to the scale of a city block almost, and not the scale of a room, because all of the surface area that you're creating with this project is, I mean, you talked about the R value of the systems. All of that is being exposed to the air, and so thinking about things like that, it might not be the most efficient or best way to do an adaptable city by looking at it at this scale. And if you're going to go bold, you might as well scale it up to the scale of the city and think about the project as an infrastructure project, as you have been thinking about it, but really at a different scale. So I think that would be my feedback is, this is a building scale, and it might be a better use of energy to think about conversion of a typical building with less surface area through things like interior design and adaptable cities at a different scale.
Oh, thank you. I just want to add one thing, because a couple of you have talked about the office transition. And I actually did some research and found some information on that and sort of ideal dimensions. And I had this whole study that looked at a lot of different buildings and case studies that were either office or residential, and sort of what the best dimensions for that would be. And it's about a 40-foot window to core. And each of the sort of lots are 42 feet deep. In addition to also the flex spaces are sort of just over that in terms of like twice. So, potentially I think there is room for this to receive that, where you would have to sort of carve out enough of them, because, office doesn't work well if it's just like, maybe 2 lots and it wouldn't be enough to really be sustainable, unless we're looking to a different idea of what an office is. But offices today, need more like, 20,000 square feet or so, but you could find a way potentially to capture that within the system, and it would be sort of the correct dimension that they look for. So.
Great job. I don't have any particular suggestions for changing the project, but maybe a few suggestions for pushing the project forward, right? Because I think you've already kind of you have a lot of material on the board, and it's a very, very solid material, nicely represented and all of that. So congratulations on that. You presented the project as a new type of, or a new idea of architecture, not a new building, right? And in that regard, I wonder where else can this idea of architecture be applied, right? Perhaps looking back at the other 16 cities, right, that you introduced, right? Will the same idea work in Jakarta, right? Would it work in Mexico City? If it doesn't necessarily mean copy and pasting the same building, what aspects of it are easily kind of flexible enough to change, right, and respond to the specific dynamics of different contexts, right? Because you're not going to have sea level rise in every context. Social issues are going to be different, cultural norms and all of that, right? So if you're serious about this as a new architecture, then we need to see its adaptability to these other contexts, because that was really the mistake of high modernism, was the same thing applied everywhere, right? So, and then this new idea of architecture comes with a very specific process, right? It's a process-oriented type of architecture which unfolds over time, right? And that we only see that process in your description and in this little diagram here, right? We don't see the messiness of moving these blocks around, right? How is it going to disrupt the idyllic kind of, life that you see on these balconies and terraces and everything like that, right? Does that mean that the section that this block is moving into has to be shut down for a couple of hours for that to happen? Or if it happens, in the background, how does it inflict the life, right, or the patterns of living in this space, right? Because again, like that comes with the imagination of this new architecture. It's those kind of living patterns that come with it, and new lifestyles that they need to adapt themselves to it. And then finally, again, with this new architecture and with the process-oriented way that you went about it, I feel like physical models would have been kick-ass for this.
I have a site model. I forgot to bring
it. Because I think you've intentionally designed it almost like as a web project, right? That's even in these kind of notations that you have at the bottom of your panels. I feel like I want to kind of like swipe and go to the next page. It's like a project designed for the iPhone. But I feel like the tangibility of a physical model that allows others to engage with kind of arranging these blocks and different aggregation strategies and different clumpings and all of that, I think that would have added a little bit more a sense of reality. Right. And when I say reality, I don't mean that necessarily that, it's missing. Like there's a lot of realness to it, but the tangibility of being able to touch architecture, right? And kind of imagine with you, right? You want to take people with you in this kind of imagination. So that tangibility allows for that bridging to happen. I think that's all I wanted to say. But great job, fantastic work. And the last thing, I'm really glad that it's beginning to infect the other parts of the city, because again, like that's what you're imagining. You're not imagining this as a very much site-specific project. It begins to move around, right? And it could potentially not only grow but also shrink, which I think was brought up, right? So it's quite breathable as an architectural idea, and kind of being able to represent those and kind of take us with you in that imagination would help greatly. But fantastic work.
Thank you.
I just had one other quick comment. It clicked where I think you should try this project out is in downtown Matamoros, Mexico, on the border of the United States and Mexico on the Rio Grande River, because if you go down a street, either on the Texas side or the Mexico side, everyone there has like a stack of bricks next to their house or in their driveway because of the culture and also this kind of desire to expand and grow their homes. And that there's this very kind of, I'd say, oppressive kind of mat development on the ground where people are just densifying and closing in any type of open space that is available aside from roadways. And so I just think this is a really interesting construct, and taking it to a completely different context. I just think there's a lot of richness there that you could, that would add a geopolitical layer to this. People are backing up against the US border. In terms of asylum cases, those communities, their populations are surging. So I think you have a really interesting idea. I'm still struggling with it in downtown New York, but I think it has a lot of richness in like other places and be really exciting. So, thanks.
I just wanted to step in and say something on Ben's behalf. Thesis traditionally at University of Maryland, at least in the past 15 or 20 years, has not been the comprehensive project. It has not been the integrative design project. Typically, we do that with Architecture 600, the studio that Corey taught in when she was key professor. And in a way, Architecture 600, success in that studio earns students the right to be experimental as they move into thesis, perhaps to move down avenues that are, often not talked about in the average studio. And I think Ben did that. I just wanted to give an insight into Ben, though, and his ability. Last year, Ben worked with me on a project that was closer to my heart and maybe in some ways close to his heart as well. Looked more like the backdrop behind me. That is, he helped me on a project that animated Brunelleschi's Foundling Hospital and transformed it into the Church of San Lorenzo, and then transformed that into the Church of Santa Spirito. And as one zoomed in and looked at the level of digital mastery and understanding of tectonic elements of architecture, Ben gets it. So I was never in the whole course of this project worried about, Ben going off piste somehow, that this was going to be some kind of project that was, somehow going to fail, as someone said about, what do the corner details look like? Ben was there from the very start and knew that he would get there. So I just wanted to just congratulate him. We didn't quite get the I have a dream bit out of this, but you did a great job.
I tried. I gave my best shot.
You did fine. Don't worry.
So Ben, congratulations on a very complete project. And the scale is impressive from the urban scale all the way through the tectonics. Just a couple of comments here. Yeah, you probably. I actually don't think this is a building that is trying to make urban blocks. I think that's absolutely the opposite of your intention. I think you're trying to sort of define a new way of living on the water. And I think that's probably something separate from the fabric of the city in many respects. And one interesting challenge would be to take your ideas about structure and sustainability and assembly and try and make it into stuff that fits the pattern of New York City. One thing I would recommend to you to look at, there was a very interesting book years ago, pamphlet architecture series. Some of the older folks here will remember that. And there was a really interesting analysis of vertically mixed use buildings in New York. One of the athletic clubs had residential and gymnasiums and offices and all sorts of things vertically organized. And it really, New York works that way in many respects because of the land value and things. I think the thing that I find a little bit troubling is I can't figure out how you live in this, what living is like. And one of the concerns I have is that when I think about where a lot of the kind of previous generation of this kind of building was, there's a lot of this in the 60s. Peter Cook did the what was it called? The plug-in city. It could walk across the landscape. Yeah. And Paul Rudolph did these big mega structures. There was a famous one in Scotland called Cumbernauld, which failed. One of the major problems with these big megastructures is the wayfinding was very difficult, and it didn't build social relations in an understandable, legible way. And it tried to reinvent how those things happen. So aside from the aesthetics, which is certainly not my cup of tea, I think, I don't like the way it looks, it's just my personal opinion. I actually think it's not, you could probably, it would be interesting to me to try and do your thesis in a city block and deal with actual context of buildings around it. But that's a whole nother years-long thesis project, which I think you're probably not prepared to do. But maybe you could talk a little bit about how you live in this thing, because the point was brought up about construction. Do you close things off? What do you do about fire codes and escapes and people having to move in and out? Moving trucks coming and moving people in. And how does the building build? You call this the social network, but is it simply this core that goes up and down? How does that actually happen here? Because the challenge of those big megastructures was they never were able to invent something as simple and elegant as a street that worked in the way streets work. They tried, but they couldn't.
So thank you for your question. I think in some of the ways that I tried to provide some durability, and you talked about wayfinding, how people would know where they are, and especially in something that's changing all the time. Not to rely on the same thing over and over, but the green network, that's sort of by being intensely planted, it naturally wants to be more durable because plant and animal life is going to do better as if it gets to stay there over a long period of time. And so it's sort of around that and around this sort of green promenade and Skybridge and other levels where the program and panels are able to shift and change around, but you still always have that orienting element of being on the promenade or being in there and sort of looking down and seeing to where the corridor entry is, or those kind of things. And so that is sort of one strategy, and sort of how I tried to respond to that. Because I think it's a valid point that in something that's changing and flexible, I didn't want to rely on just like signs and saying like, hey, this
Yeah,
go
but
here,
if it changes too much, it runs the risk of becoming disorienting.
Right.
And I think that's potentially a problem, for something like this. So I think you would have to really figure out what are the things that generally stay the same and build familiarity and wayfinding and things that are more normative versus things you can change. And that sort of dynamic between the two, it seems to me, would probably be something, I'm gonna put my rat-faced developer hat on for a second here, which I'm not, but I've worked with a lot of them. One of the things I always ask about a residential building is, how does it live? How do you live in this building? How do people live in this building? They have to go up for this and down for that. How are the corridors, and what are the sort of things that people notice when they make decisions about where they live, and that's one of the things you'd have to deal with here, aside from all the innovations you've made about structure and prefabrication and things like that. That would be a lens that would be put on it right away.
Doesn't need a site, but the reason that it kind of, I could see this working on this site. One of the things is there's no street life at this point, right? You have the FDR, you have on-ramps to the FDR like happening right there. You're very much cut.
Yeah, it is.
It's a little bit.
It's just right across, right up here, which is
yeah.
actually also another little elevated level that it could connect to.
Yeah, but I mean, what I like about this is I actually think you have an opportunity to create in this building something that's sorely lacking in this area. There's no green space. There's no, you can't really access the waterfront, even though the water's right there. You can't get to it because it's just very cut off with, with cars, right? Like there's traffic at grade. There's a road at grade, and then the FDR. Then you have the on-ramp to go to the elevated FDR. So it's like really, you cannot get to the water over here. And when you go by, it's dark. At the base of American Copper, it's like, that's why we put like the park on the other side and your entrance is there, and put the back of the building kind of to the FDR, because there's like, it's really like not nice there. And I think what's really important in this is it's not just a kind of a free-for-all. I think when you build the infrastructure, you also like, there has to be kind of like zoning for where things go. And I think you have to build some of these amenities, right? I think those parks, the pocket park, that should be like a thing. It's, you need to have some green space that is built and done before you start doing the other things, right? It can't just be kind of left to chance. But I think if you think about how the building, if you think about creating these decks that people can come and move into, creating the kind of the zoning, creating some of the like community spaces, green spaces, flexible event workspace, those kinds of things that you would normally kind of maybe put in a neighborhood, but think about putting them into the building, and then think about the system of how you aggregate these things or change things and keep it as simple and non-disruptive as possible. I think it's like, it's kind of like, it's a very attractive idea. I think it's the figuring out the how of it. That's the tough part. Right.
Yeah.
But I mean, but the what I think is a really cool thing.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Sorry. You're back there.
Thanks, Ben. I think over the last couple of days, I've heard a few of our panelists saying, the project's good, but I wish you were having more fun with it. Right? I'm like, here's a kid who's having fun, right? I don't think you can make this amount of work this intensely if you're not having fun, if you're not enjoying it. So I appreciate the passion and the enthusiasm you're bringing to this. It's infectious. I want to talk a little bit about how you're grounding this work in a world of architectural ideas. You name-checked the Capsule Tower in your abbreviated history of architecture, right? We got Villa Savoy, the Pantheon, and the Capsule.
Just hit the big ones.
Right. I don't think you said the word metabolism, but the word metabolism to me is just looming like a cloud over this, right? And I think you're doing yourself a little bit of a disservice by not invoking it directly. And I'm not saying you should say, hey, I'm Ben and I'm doing a metabolism project. I want to hear, I'm Ben and I'm critiquing metabolism. I've read the Metabolism Manifesto from 1960. It's got some fascinating ideas about architecture and biological metaphors. And some of it doesn't work at all for contemporary life, and some of it does. And here's what I'm drawing from. Here's how I'm bringing it into contemporary life, right? That's how you start to join the conversation, as opposed to positioning yourself as sort of just coming to this as though here's a novel idea I came up with, right? I'm not at all getting into the world of plagiarism or anything like that. I believe you've already read the manifesto, or you're well aware of it. I'm just saying, when you present these ideas, present the history of thought, right? And I think Professor Bell was invoking something similar when he was talking about the athletic club, and which reminds me that, I think you should be name dropping Koolhaas in Delirious New York when you're talking about the stacking of program and buildings as social condensers in New York, right? So let's see a little bit more enriching of this already rich work in the world of ideas. It's only going to strengthen it. But thank you for what you did bring.
Thank you.
Well, I go last.
Thank you, Ben. You're a dual degree student.
Yeah, yeah. How about that?
So I just thought I would point this out. I'm a planner, so I'm bringing the planning perspective to this. And I really, from a sort of planning perspective, there's a lot to like. I mean, we sort of are, since Jane Jacobs, have been talking about adaptability and dynamism in cities at the scale of the city. I also like the decentralized design piece, sort of the empowering people to take control over their own spaces more so than a condo typically allows. You actually can affect the exterior and the, everything within the square of the lot that you call it. I also agree with a lot of the comments that were made about the sort of transferability to other locations. And I think this is certainly an idea. So what are the principles here that could be applied in other locations? What are the constraints that you would face in other locations? I mean, one thing that comes to mind is simply wind, as storms become more frequent, how resilient is this structure to wind? It seems that you could even use that to your advantage. There's some flexibility perhaps in the structure itself. The question I would pose to you, and it's something I don't think we've talked a lot about, but it's, I think, something that would be really interesting in this case is what does the market look like in this building? A traditional condo building, the developer sells off condo units, subsidizes the HOA fees until it's about half full, and then he's out, and then the market sort of starts. But this is potentially something very different. I can almost see submarkets developing of people buying up floors and blocks, and a developer coming in and developing a whole wing of the building. Some of these spaces are going to be very valuable because they're near the green space, or they, have a good view of the East River, or some or not. So you can have a lot of variability in pricing. And that's going to affect the design. Assembling large units in a sort of large development scheme that seems to be allowable under this plan would certainly alter the physical fabric of the blocks. So just something to think about.
I thought about that a little bit, and I don't know if I probably forgot to say it, but one of those regulations, or some of the things to sort of ensure this continues in the direction that, I set it in and would like it to go, would be, no more than 2 lots for private ownership, or for residences that one owner could have. So nobody's coming in and buying out an entire bar and then jacking rates and, making it sort of for their own profit, but it sort of stays true to, the original intent.
Okay, so I'm the chair, so I get the final word. So Ben, I do want to say a couple things to you about the process. I enjoyed every minute of this process, even right up to the present moment. This journey that that we went on for the last 3 months has been truly enriching for me. I want you to know that. And I think the passion with which and the range with which you have taken on the various elements of this project is truly impressive. Passion, focus, and I would say composure. About 2/3 of the way through thesis semester, in my experience, no matter what the capability level is of a given student, everybody cracks a little bit. I don't think I discerned any of that in
I
you.
did well.
Even the question I asked you just before you started to present about the population thing, and you said, "Yeah, I'll do a rough calculation of that." Absolutely unflappable. So I want to congratulate you on that. I think that the proposition that you may be uncorking an infrastructural type solution is truly fascinating. And I think it's worth thinking about that. And there's so many different entry points for developing this project as you go forward. You should hold on to everything that you've developed here. So I just want to say one thing about the sort of the historical aspect of this and archigram and metabolism and Ron Heron's Walking City and all that. Yeah, we did talk about all of that and we know all of that pretty well. But it occurred to me that there is one thing that your thesis and some of the things that have preceded it that have been mentioned today have in common. And that is this sort of holy grail of the convergence of human, environmental, and technological systems, right? That is the envelope that I think there have been many attempts to explore. And I think you took that on in this project, and I really find it actually quite moving. You know, to go from this, you know, the sort of rabbited corners and the channels and all of that, all the way up to thinking about this as the successful convergence of systems that has a life going forward in other locations. I love that feedback that you're getting. Mexico City, where else was mentioned, but so. With that, I'll wrap it up. Thank you so much for having me along on this journey. It was enriching for me. And I have 2 words for you. You know, don't settle, right? Hold on to everything you've done here and pursue it. So thank you very much.
Okay, with that, one more round of applause for all 8 of our thesis students for completing their presentations. And also thank you to our jury for spending the day with us. Omar, Robin, Corey, Hiroshi, and Ali. Thank you very much for all the feedback and conversations. I think to build on Jamie's comments about kind of how enriching this whole process is, the faculty enjoy it, the students enjoy it, and hopefully it's meaningful for you guys to be here too. Brian, do you have, it's like a real.
I wanted to say, I do want to say something, Lindsay. I do want to say something. I want to thank you. I want to thank you for being a good sport because, you know, unexpectedly on Sunday, I tested positive for COVID and we somehow pivoted. And I really do want to thank you for picking up the ball, doing all the heavy lifting. I should be there doing 50% of this. Should be taking a bunch of people out to dinner tonight, but I'm not. And I really apologize. And I really think you've done a tremendous job. And we'll thank you again tomorrow.
Thanks, Brian. We're always a good team.
Yep.
Well, thanks to the jury and congratulations to the students. See you tomorrow at 9 a.m. here.